Everyone. Welcome to the November 10, 2020 Planning Commission meeting. We continue to operate in a virtual environment and will likely do so for the end of the year. I would like to ask for patience as we use this platform for our public meetings. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, presentations, and participants. If any participants have issues with the technology, please send a message to the moderator. We have 9 items on our agenda today. 3 of the items are listed under old business. I would ask the commission members to focus comments and questions on the identified outstanding issues for each one of these requests. The remaining items listed under new business will receive a full staff and applicant presentation, and we will hear from any member of the public who has signed up to speak. I would also ask the commissioners to hold all questions until the conclusion of all presentations and any public comment. Finally, please be recognized by the chairperson before speaking. With 9 discussion items on the agenda today, I would ask everyone to be efficient with their time so we can just discuss all items. Now is public comment. It's an opportunity for persons to speak on an item that does not appear on the agenda. There is no one signed up to speak this morning. We now move on to the consent agenda, which is a list of requests that can be acted upon in one motion. There are 2 items on the consent agenda, 1 zoning case and 1 text change. The zoning case appears to satisfy timing requirements. The text change would be automatically referred to the text change committee. To be clear, the commission is not voting on the final disposition of the applications and is simply deferring discussion to a future agenda. With that, I would ask for a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda. Commissioner Lampman has a motion and a second.
Second.
Commissioner Hicks. So we have a motion and a second. I'll ask for Chinitha for a roll call of members to record their individual votes. At the end of the roll, I will announce the outcome.
Yes, good morning. Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Hicks, I'm sorry, Commissioner Fox.
Aye.
Commissioner Hicks.
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman.
Aye.
Commissioner Mann.
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh.
Aye.
Commissioner Miller.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver.
Aye.
Chair Tomasulo.
Aye.
Commissioner Winters.
Aye.
All right, thank you, everyone. The motion is approved, 10-0. Now moving on to old business. These are requests that have appeared on a previous Planning Commission agenda. Item E1 is case number Z420. This is a request to rezone approximately 2 acres of land from residential 4 and residential 6 special residential parking overlay district to residential 10. The overlay district would remain. This request has appeared on a previous Planning Commission agenda. It was recommended for approval on October 13th, but a member of the public was present to speak and due to technical issues was not able to offer comments. The City Council has asked the Planning Commission to re-review the request again. The applicant has altered the application to a conditional use request. The previous application requested R10 general use zoning. Since this is coming back to us and the public did not have a chance to speak before, I'm just going to kind of treat this as a normal case. So each side, without objection, each side will have 10 minutes to speak. Sarah Ellis will now provide an update on behalf of city staff.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I do not have a slide at the moment. We had a technical glitch with that, so I'm just going to talk you through what we are looking at here and just give a little background as to why this request has appeared before you again. So as you saw previously, this request came before the Planning Commission. A member of the public had signed up to speak. That did not work out, I believe, due to technical reasons. So the council directed that staff send this item back to the Planning Commission to allow the public an opportunity to speak. In that time, the applicant has revised their application. Now, when you saw it before you previously in October, this was a general use application. The applicant has converted their case to a conditional use rezoning request, and the request now includes one zoning condition that prohibits apartment buildings. So that is what's being considered today. The consistency of the case remains the same. It's inconsistent with the future land use map, as the future land use map recommends low density residential, which would recommend a density of up to 6 units per acre. This request would allow about 9 units per acre, so it's above that. However, it's consistent with the comprehensive plan overall, which is the same as what you had seen when this case appeared before you previously. But again, just to sort of summarize the high points on this, the change that you are seeing is that the request has been converted to R10 with conditions, with one condition prohibiting apartment building type, and it is consistent overall, inconsistent with the flume. And I'm happy to answer any questions about that or provide any more details.
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah. We will now move on to the applicant. Anderson Marlowe will now present on behalf of the applicant.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All right,
sir.
good morning. Thank you all for hearing our case this morning. Question for you, is there any opposition? Are they going to speak today or are they speaking after me? What will occur in what order?
There are members of the public signed up to speak today, yes.
Okay. The only thing I want to say is we have addressed the neighbors' concerns as much as we possibly can without dropping the zoning down to where it presently is. We initially started at RX3, which we have dropped to R10, which you guys approved 10-0 in the last meeting. Since then, the one person that has tried to speak, I think he has maybe rallied some neighbors and they will speak today, but they've asked us to consider dropping the apartment designation, which we have done. I've had several emails from several of them that have asked for that, and several of them have not opposed the townhomes that we're going to build. Now, they may tell you different today, I don't know, but all I ask is you consider, if it was voted on last time 10-0 and we dropped the zoning case down further with conditions, we would ask strongly that you reconsider it today. And I'll be glad to answer any questions if somebody has some.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Next, we'll hear from those signed up to speak on this matter. There are 4 people signed up to speak. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. Now I will turn it over to moderator Ray to start with the first member of the public.
Sure. The first speaker is Rebecca Hall.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning.
Yes.
Yeah. You can hear me?
Yep.
Good morning. Thank you for listening to us this morning. My name is Rebecca Hall, and I live across from 1701 Trailwood at 1632 Crump Road. I and the other speakers today, as well as 50 or so other households across from and along Trailwood, are unanimously opposed to this upzoning. It is our hope that our voices are heard and taken into consideration. We, as well as some of our neighbors, have invested heavily into our homes and properties recently, as well as 2 new homes built on Trailwood. We don't think that going from R2 and R4, some of which is conservation overlay, directly to R10 is a reasonable or thoughtful transition. We have many serious concerns here, one of which is that it is inconsistent with the future land use map, as well as inconsistent with the rest of the neighborhood. An upzoning would increase the allowed impervious surface, decrease the setbacks, increase the number of cars. I would like to see a more thoughtful plan with better transitions in zoning and that is respectful to the wishes of the neighbors. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The next member of the public, please.
The next speaker is Steve Hall.
Good morning. There are some slides.
Okay, it looks like the slides are up.
Great. Thanks for hearing us. We appreciate the opportunity to share a little more information. I've actually been talking to a wider variety of people than just the immediate neighbors, probably over 100 people now. And I can confirm that I have yet to hear anyone who is in favor. We'd like to suggest some possible alternatives that could assist. Next slide, please. The 2 kind of common responses amongst these people is just kind of a lack of awareness. And these are actual quotes. Surely they can't put apartments there. The city will vote it down. Or, strong opposition. Next slide, please. Here's the current plan. This is probably the biggest issue that we have is simply that there is no plan. We are really in the dark on what the developer might do, which unfortunately leads us to consider the worst of what might happen there. As Rebecca mentioned, we're right next to conservation overlay. We've got lots of R2 and R4. The highest thing here is R6. Or the NCSU special zoning. So we really just have very little information, and this does seem to be different from the other cases. Next slide, please. Here's the actual view, and this is the developed area. So you can see the houses. There's a firehouse. There are some houses across the way, but this is the actual developed area. These left 2 slides. And you can see they've done a good job of keeping it green. Most of this is R6. To the right is that R2 conservation, and that goes on for quite some distance. Next slide, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. We will now move on to the next member of the public.
It's Patricia Beach.
Oh, yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Good
ma'am.
morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Patricia Beach. I live at 1209 Trailwood Drive. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Trailwood community, which is comprised of single-family homes, most on large lots of more than an acre in size. We love the heavily wooded lots, the forest that are forested with huge age-old trees, one of Raleigh's most beautiful streets in the fall. As stated in the staff report on this request, this rezoning, as it is currently proposed, will mark a change in character from the Trailwood neighborhood. We support development. Recently, 2 new single-family homes have been built on previously undeveloped lots, and major renovations have been completed on other sites. We do not welcome development which begins with clear cutting and grading for construction, which is what will happen on this lot if R10 zoning is approved. Nothing has changed about this property since 2004 when Mr. Marlowe attempted rezoning, a request that was withdrawn. Now on this rezoning attempt, Mr. Marlowe has met the minimum requirement for meetings with the neighbors, but he has not presented a preliminary drawing of a site plan. Traditionally, a developer requesting a zoning change shares at least a concept drawing of the plan for the property if the zoning is approved. Mr. Marlowe initially asked for R6, then changed his request to RX3, and now is asking for R10. R10 zoning is not the appropriate transition from the R2 and R4 zoning located on 2 sides of this property. This is spot zoning, which is not reasonable for this site. We in the Trailwood community believe that this lot is appropriately zoned at R4, and we unanimously oppose R10 zoning for the site and ask that you do not approve this request. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ray, and I think there's one more member of the public.
Yep, the last speaker is Tom Kwok.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Tom Kwok. I live at 1333 Trailwood Drive. I'm representing the Trailwood community today and would like to speak about some environmental concerns of this case. City Policy LU 8.3 it states that conserving, enhancing, and revitalizing neighborhoods is a priority. It lists the need to protect neighborhood character, preserve historic resources, and restore the environment. In this case, the application would not restore, but would destroy more of a mature forested parcel than necessary in our community. The parcel is 100% mature forest, which has become a rare land cover resource in Raleigh. The higher density requested will require additional clear cutting and concrete impervious surface that will create stormwater, sediment, and pollution issues for Walnut Creek that flows into Lake Raleigh. The property drains into a small pond in our community, and there are real concerns for dam safety, pond filling, and degradation with the extra stormwater, sediment, and pollution load. The forest clearing is contrary to Raleigh's goals toward carbon neutrality and maintaining open space, and the inputs to Walnut Creek increase the cumulative impact on that system, adding to impacts from other ongoing development and current rezoning requests in our community, as well as the planned downtown south major development, which is downstream on Walnut Creek. The transit score for the property is half of the city average, according to the city staff report, and nearly all errands will require a car. That's a quote from the staff report. This will exacerbate our already congested traffic patterns on Trailwood Drive and be contrary to Raleigh's 80% reduction of greenhouse gases. We understand the need for more housing and affordable housing in Raleigh, but the city's summary report states that the application includes no subsidized or affordable housing. And we support the city's efforts to expand housing in Raleigh, but this is not the appropriate place for that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your attention. And representing 50 households, we unanimously oppose the request and respectfully ask you to deny it. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. All right. So we've heard from the applicant, we've heard from the public. I would now like to bring it back to the table to see if there are any questions or comments for the applicant or the general public or any discussion items, or for staff for that matter. Commissioner Lampman.
I have a question for the applicant, if they've done the math on actually how many units they can put on the lot. It says here that, I think that this is just straight math, the number of acres by the density, but how many can you actually fit with all the setbacks?
All right, can you hear me? Yes, we've done some preliminary. The opposition stated that we have not provided them with a site plan, but it's hard to spend money on site plans when you don't know what your zoning is going to be. Now, if we are approved for these townhomes, with an R10, we have 2.1 acres, and it looks like we can get somewhere between 16 and 17 units possible. It has a conservation area for tree save. We have extensive stormwater device that would have to be incorporated into the project. A lot of these concerns that they stated have been addressed and will be addressed, which staff would confirm, I believe. I've already had trees surveyed years ago that have to remain, and we're saving a large buffer of trees against the fire station side as well. Any other questions I can answer for you?
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Miller?
I have a question for staff. It says that this project would require compliance with the UDO Article 9.1 on tree conservation. Could staff provide a little more information about what kind of tree conservation would be required on this project?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So Article 9.1 specifies that if the site is greater than 2 acres in size, which it is, it's about 2.16, that 10% would be required for tree conservation.
I actually have a follow-up question on that. If the subdivision for single family went through, would that same are the same standards upheld through that as well?
Yes,
shaking this. Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. Commissioner O'Haver.
I just want to follow up on your question, Matt. If a subdivision goes through for single family and the lots are less than 2 acres, then will TCA be required?
Yes, it will. The applicability section of 9.1 says prior to the approval of any subdivision of any tract of 2 acres or greater in size or site plan. So the article is invoked for subdivisions or site plans. So you can't get under the 2 acres by taking a large tract and turning it into a bunch of small tracts.
Right. Thank you, Ken.
I guess another question on stormwater. I assume that the same, is it correct to assume that, so if going through a subdivision process versus a site plan for either single family and townhomes, are similar standards or different standards held up for stormwater impact and stormwater devices that are required, both quality and quantity? I guess that'd be to a staff member.
Thank you. We heard that. We do have Chaz Webb, I believe, on the line as our stormwater staff, and sorry, just to fill the dead air while we switch over to Chaz, I would like to direct this question to him.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good morning. Yes, they would still have to show compliance with UDO 9.2.2 for runoff and nitrogen. That would be for the 2 and 10-year storms.
And that would be for either just a single family subdivision or an administrative or a site review for a townhome project?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. I guess I also have one other question. Seeing, you know, that a lot of the roads are kind of older, what would some of the high-level requirements be for improving some of the infrastructure around there? Either particularly the roads, adding sidewalks or things like that. The difference between a subdivision and a site plan.
Well, as far as stormwater is concerned, it's going to be the same for us, but I'll let transportation speak on that.
Sorry about that. Yes, I guess this would be to another staff member.
We have Jason Myers from Transportation here, and I think he can speak to that.
I think I was waiting to be unmuted by the host. I am not 100% certain about if it is possible to develop this property under a site plan under the new recently approved text change that sets different tiers of site plans, and some of those do not require public improvements. Maybe Ken or Travis or somebody else in planning who was involved in that text change can help explain what those criteria would be. If it's a subdivision, it doesn't matter how small the property is, it has to follow UDO 8.5, and it has to build frontage improvements on both, in this case, Trailwood and Tanger, which would be sidewalks and an appropriate amount of widening. If it's a plot plan, then that's not required under the old ordinance, but there is a new kind of intermediate tier of site review. Let's see if somebody in planning can clarify that for us.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, I mean, generally for townhomes, there's subdivision in addition to site plan. And so the idea that if a subdivision happens, regardless of lot size, improvements to surrounding infrastructure have to be made.
If there is a subdivision, that is true. It is possible, I believe, under certain circumstances, to build a townhouse, housing product, and the market term there, but a townhouse type product that is not on that every unit is on one lot as a condominium. And if that can be done with an intermediate tier of the site review, then it may be possible not to require those public improvements. But that's not something I'm certain of, and because I haven't been involved in that text change, and it's only been recently passed by City Council.
Well, I'm looking that up right now. So, I mean, the question is, if you were to not subdivide the land, but condo the land across multiple townhouses so that it was reviewed. Hello?
Sorry.
That's right. If it was reviewed as a site plan instead of a subdivision, would it fall into one of the lesser tiers or not? I will just double check that by looking at the ordinance and answer you in a second, unless David York knows the question off the top of his head. I think it's still going to fall into a tier 3 full compliance.
Yes, it's a tier 3. It's the provision is establishment of a new use on a vacant lot is a tier 3 site plan, except for, and then there's a few exceptions, and a attached or detached house for 1 or 2 unit families is exempt, but townhomes is not exempt. The townhome building type is not exempt. So anything beyond an attached house or an attached house for 2, how do we phrase it?
Thank you.
Construction of a detached or attached building type used for 1 or 2 unit living would be excluded from the tier 3 for introducing a new use. But if they're doing a townhouse building, I don't know that would qualify. Looks like it would be a tier 3.
Yeah, I agree. Tier 3.
Okay, thank you. And I do want to apologize. I thought I was on mute. So sorry for interrupting you, Tim. Well, thank you for that back. So I guess what I'm hearing is that, and I guess for some of the logic, I mean, you technically can also condo single family, right? I mean, if we're going to use that logic for a townhome, you can also condo single family. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just trying to compare apples to apples here.
In fact, the original draft of the cottage court was intended for exactly that type of circumstance, although we've now subsequently revised cottage courts to allow you to subdivide the land under the single family. It's still an option in a cottage court to place it on a single lot.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, I'll bring it back to the table for questions, comments. Commissioner O'Haver.
Yeah, I feel bad asking this question, but I'm in IMAPS and I've heard the conversation overlay mentioned a couple of times. Can someone point that out? I don't see where that is on IMAPS. And again, I'm embarrassed to ask that question, but I have to.
It's actually further west.
If I may, Commissioner O'Haver, if you turn on the overlay tab, that should reveal it. And it is directly west across Tanger and Trailwood is where it begins. It's the Trailwood Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District is, I believe, what's being referred to.
Okay, let me find that tab. Thank you so much. That's helpful. Thank you.
All right, so bringing it back to the table, Commissioner Hicks.
Thank you. Just to clarify, so they're asking for R10 with the only condition that apartment building type will be prohibited. So theoretically, they could build single and 2-unit housing and be exempt from the Tier 1 site plan improvements. Is that correct?
I think that would only happen if it was condoed, because you have to subdivide, you have to go through the subdivision process.
Thank you.
Correct. And to get a reasonable lot yield for single family on a parcel of this size, it would probably be necessary to run a cul-de-sac into the property, which would, again, require subdivisions.
Thank you.
So I know for me, I mean, I'm looking at this and I fully hear the public talking about the nice treed lot and everything. I think I see this and knowing what has to happen for anything to happen here, and I think that I guess it's hard for me to think that one development type over another isn't going to just have, significant grading and cutting, like kind of clear cutting of the trees, and even wonder if access for single family yield would actually, like what Ken just said, would require a bigger street to break up this property, because single family homes have to front a street, whereas townhomes don't. So, to my lines, it almost feels like single family could be a bit more intensive, or the same.
This is Anderson Marlowe, and I would like to say we did look at putting single-family on the parcel, and it would extensively clear more area because of the cul-de-sac. He's exactly right about a cul-de-sac being required, and you still have to have the same stormwater and tree requirements. And there's basically very, very little difference. In fact, the single-family may take out more area than the condominiums. So I just did want to make that point. You're exactly right about that. We have looked at that side of it.
Okay, thank you. So I'm bringing it back to the table. Any more thoughts or comments? Any thoughts about this? Commissioner Miller.
It's a thought and perhaps also a question for staff. I noticed obviously on one side there are single family homes, but on two other sides there's NC State, which is immediately to the east, and then a fire station to the south, and then looks like a vacant lot across the street, and to the southwest is townhomes as well. So could the staff have any guidance on what the UDOs says about the transition when it's next to a fire station and the office mixed use on the university side?
Well, the UDO doesn't require a special type of transition between residential zoning districts. The transition requirements apply when you zone mixed use. So back in the original proposal, RX3, there would have been a 50-foot buffer yard wherever it adjoins single-family zoning, which would have been pretty much on all sides, notwithstanding the fire station, which is in a residential zone. Sorry, Ms.
Brooke. I meant in the comp plan. Do we have a policy about between like a fire station and the single-family homes, for example?
We do have policies. I believe that policies related, well, between a fire station, no. The transition policies typically only talk about different intensities of development, whether that's density on the residential side or height on the commercial side.
Gotcha. So that's why it was not addressed in the staff report.
We wouldn't typically look at transitioning to a fire station specifically, if that's your question.
Gotcha. I was just more noting the commercial uses on two sides of this parcel. And I know that we have some other policies related to some other mixed-use districts surrounding residential districts. So was curious about how they would apply here, but I guess nothing specific to a fire station. So that makes sense.
Right, and that's right now because of right-of-way, Crump because of right-of-way, there is no other property border other than the fire station. That's the only directly adjoining property. There's some intervening street right-of-way between this property and other properties that surround it.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, thank you. Well, seeing no more questions, do we have any other discussion topics on this? We did vote this out prior when we did not hear comments from the neighbors and from the general public. Very much hear some of the concerns from the general public. I do through these questions with staff, it sounds like some of the questions and worries around tree conservation, around stormwater, are that regardless of what the development is, the same standards will be required for either the existing zoning versus more. I tend to, with full appreciation of the general public's kind of concerns, honestly, still stand behind my support for it As before, it's getting another 8 to 10 units in a area that needs more housing. It would help improve some of the existing infrastructure in the area that is dated, and quite honestly could be a lighter touch than single-family housing. But I won't say that that is a reason. So that's where I'm at. I welcome other thoughts. Commissioner O'Haver.
Thanks. I agree with your thoughts, Matt, and I would like to try to entertain a motion.
Okay.
I hear the public comments as well. Looking at its location adjacent to Centennial Campus, the development to the south, it is out of the NCOD. We did vote it out 10-0 at the last meeting. I appreciate the process and us bringing it back for the ability for the public to voice their opinion. But I would like to make a motion for approval of rezoning case Z420. Although it is inconsistent with the future land use map, I do believe it is overall consistent with the comprehensive plan, and it is reasonable and in the public interest, supported by these specific policies: policy LU 2.2 compact development, policy LU 8.10 infill development, policy LU 8.12 infill compatibility, and policy H 1.8 zoning for housing.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Lampman?
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. I will now go ahead and ask Shanika to take the vote.
Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Commissioner Hicks?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman?
Aye.
Commissioner Mann?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver?
Aye.
Chair Tomasulo?
Aye.
Commissioner Winters?
Aye.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Case number Z420 passes unanimously. Thank you for everyone's comments and input. I would now like to move on to item number E2, case number Z2120. This is a request to rezone approximately less than 1 acre of land from downtown mixed use 7 stories urban limited to downtown mixed use 20 stories urban limited conditional use. This request was previously discussed on October 27th and was deferred to allow the applicant to revise a zoning condition related to a parking structure. Staff will provide a brief presentation and we will hear from the applicant. There is no one else signed up to speak. Matt Clem will present on behalf of staff.
Good morning, Planning Commission. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, great. Yeah, so thanks for covering that, Chair Tomasulo. There was an outstanding issue in the request regarding some duplicative language around parking deck screening. That issue has been resolved through the revision of a zoning condition. And so that item is resolved and staff has no additional comment on the case. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Matt. We have already heard from the applicant on this matter, but without objection, I would like to grant the applicant 5 additional minutes to provide an update on the conditions.
Hey, Chair Tomasulo, Planning Commissioners, Toby Coleman for the applicant, Heritage Properties. The updated conditions we presented, we had a brief presentation on at the last meeting. It's also, I believe, included in your packet. we are available to answer any questions you may have. The condition, just as a reminder, goes to screening of a parking garage that is planned currently to be within the building.
Okay, thank you. There isn't anyone else signed up to speak, so I will open it up. I will open it up to bring it back to the table and open it up to fellow commissioners for comments and questions for either staff or the applicant. I don't see anyone at the moment. I guess I did have one question, and this might be for staff or the applicant. I know that the team has been working on a handful of other parcels around this site, and know that the kind of buildings and the parking decks have been kind of separate. And I was just curious how these conditions translate relative to what's on the ground now. More so, this is a little bit of an interpretation, a little bit squishier, I guess more subjective. I guess it could be objective, but I'm just curious how this changes what we will see compared to what is on the ground now in the other 2 or 3 developments that are right there.
Yeah, I can address that, Chair Tomasulo. What has been offered in the zoning condition is specific to light emittance from the upper stories of parking structures, specifically that they will be screened so that there's not light visible from adjacent streets.
Okay.
And so I think what that comes down to in all practical matters is during site plan, when staff receives a plan set, they look at the specs and would analyze whether or not the light fixtures are sufficiently recessed or screened in the ceiling of the parking structure. And that would probably be the most practical way that this condition would be administered by staff.
Okay. And I guess, does anyone have any other comments or questions around any of this right now? I'm not seeing any. I guess I did have another question about, and I wasn't, forgive me, I wasn't at the last meeting, so we might have talked about this, but I guess I just am more concerned with just making sure that there's programmed active uses along this block. And so it looks like, aside from perhaps an entryway, like a drive aisle, this condition 3 will require for it to be more of a actual finished building on the ground floor as opposed to a parking deck. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Does anyone have any other thoughts? Would anyone like to entertain a motion? Commissioner Fox.
Motion to approve Z2120 as it is reasonable and in the public interest and consistent with the comprehensive plan, specifically policies related to compact development, capitalizing on transit access, vertical mixed use, and downtown as a regional center.
I'll second. Thank you, Commissioner Fox. That is a motion and a second. I'll now ask Janitha to take vote call.
Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Commissioner Hicks?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman,
Aye.
Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver,
Aye.
Chair Thomasula,
Aye.
and Commissioner Winters.
Aye.
All right, thank you, everyone. The motion passes unanimously 10-0. We're now moving on to item, I guess I'll say the motion passes unanimously 10-0 for case number Z2120. Now moving on to item E3. This is case number Z3120. This is a request to rezone approximately 1 acre of land from residential 6 to residential 10 conditional use. This case appeared on the October 27 agenda, where it was deferred for additional discussion around traffic. Specifically, there was discussion around a traffic calming solution for any new street constructed with this development. The applicant has offered a condition in response to these questions. There is no one from the public signed up to speak. I would ask to hear from staff and would ask that we hold all questions. John Anagnost will provide the staff update presentation.
Good morning again, Planning Commission and Chair. This is Matt Clem filling in for John Anagnost.
Sorry,
that's okay. You covered the updates. There has been a zoning condition added requiring a traffic circle as a traffic management measure. And staff has no additional comments. Happy to entertain questions.
Okay, thanks. I guess a quick question. Has it been vetted with transportation?
This is Jason Myers, Chair Thomasville. It has, both with myself, with the manager of our neighborhood traffic management program and development engineering. And it appears that the condition offered both is specific about what would be required and also creates some flexibility so that everybody can use their engineering judgment at the time of the site plan review or the subdivision review.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And I do want to make a correction. I think that there was an update to the script. And so we will, there are members of the public signed up to speak and the applicant is here as well. So without objection, I will add 8 minutes for both groups, and we'll open it up to the applicant, Peter Giddo, to see if he wants to comment at all on the updated conditions and progress.
Hello, how are you guys doing today?
Good, thanks.
Good, thank you, sir. So we talked to the last meeting about adding a traffic circle. We talked, the committee came back, asked us to talk to staff. My engineer is also here with me. We went to the staff, we discussed back and forth what kind of traffic calming measure they would want. And we came up with a traffic circle that I peer will work in a neighborhood community like this. That should hopefully alleviate the concern of the community due to the increased traffic from the roads that need to be connected. And then also, I removed the condition to go from 8 units to 10 units to allow for me to be able to pay for the additional cost of the traffic calming measure there that's in the center of what will be the new city roads. The DOT side, we worked with engineering. They were okay with everything we were doing on the DOT side, since we won't be affecting the DOT street, but in the city right away, the city came to us with specific measures and we added those in as requirements, conditions of the zoning request. And I'm glad to answer any other questions.
Great, thank you very much. We'll next hear from the general public. There are 4 residents signed up to speak. Each resident will have 2 minutes. Ray, if you could.
Sure. The first I have signed up is Larry Lockett.
Thank you.
Yes. I live at 4313 Woodline Drive. It's a very, very short time frame. If you could pull up exhibit 1 through 6, please. Exhibit 2 is showing Woodlawn Drive with the arrows. To the right of that, the numbered spaces are actually the physical houses off of Farm Glen that will intersect with Brook Valley that will tee into Woodlawn Drive because of the traffic concerns. Woodlawn Drive, if you look at Exhibit 1, it would show that it's one vehicle on each side of the road and only one vehicle can pass. Exhibit 3 would show the intersection of Woodlawn Drive and New Hope Road. Exhibit 4 is showing the intersection of Woodlawn Drive, New Hope Road heading in a southerly direction. Exhibit 5 is showing the traffic issues that came out of Farm Glen Drive that caused the closure of Farm Glen Drive. And I feel that added traffic from Exhibit 2, it would dramatically increase the traffic flow on the southern part of Woodlawn Drive. And I totally oppose it, as well as several of my neighbors, as well as the spokespersons that's coming up next. I just recommend that you review these plans. And Farm Glen Drive was technically never there. Woodlawn Drive and James Street has been there before Farm Glen Drive was ever conceived. And I would like you to take into consideration that Woodlawn Drive is not a city maintained street, it's a state street, and the guidelines and sidewalks and all that issues, as well as the width and the expansion of this road is not in compliance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ray, the next member of the public, please.
Next, we have Ozella Bowman.
Hello, good morning. Can everyone hear me all right? Hello?
Yep. Thank
you. Okay, great. Yeah, I'm a member of the Brookstone community. I live at 4205 Brook Valley Drive. Our community is neighboring the Woodlawn Drive communities, and Mr. Lockett is also one of my neighbors indirectly. What you're looking at here, and I do hope that all of you did receive my note as well via email, just kind of outlining some of the concerns of the community, of my neighbors in the Brookstone community. But what we're looking at here, just we've got just a quick kind of delineation when you're looking at the neighborhoods versus what the developer, and I'm sorry, sir, I don't recall your name. I'm also relatively new to the entire scenario. I've just moved into this house and found out what was happening, and am also in opposition. But, you know, looking at his acre there in the center, if it's developed, you know, in that higher density up to 10 homes, it's not going to flow with the rest of homes along Woodlawn. And, you know, I know that you guys don't particularly take concern when it comes to property value, but when you start to reduce the acreage and things like that, and you start to have these high density housings and people aren't taking care of their property, you know, it does affect property value. It affects the quality of life for everyone in the area. That I know, again, isn't necessarily what you all typically deal with, but it's a concern for all of us. What you're looking at now on the next slide is just a recommendation in terms of how, okay, the slides are moving all over. Okay, so here, this is just a recommendation in terms of how we might, you know, open Woodlawn over to James without allowing that cut through from Brook Valley or the cut through from Woodlawn in the north. And that's, again, a big concern for all of the neighbors and all of the residents within, you know, a quarter mile of the planned development. This, oh, okay, can we go back 2 screens, please?
Thank you very much. Was there one final final note?
Yeah, I didn't even realize my time was ticking, but there's images there of the amount of children that are occupying the homes, and I think the child play and the ability to use that dead end and to stay safe is our major concern. We talked about traffic calming, and we're hoping that the city takes that very seriously.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Ray, the next member of the public.
Next speaker is Brittany DiMarzio.
Good morning. I live at 4321 Woodlawn Drive, and I'm very concerned about property values. I'm also concerned about increased traffic. I've lived in places with traffic circles before, and I can guarantee you they do very limited to deal with the traffic. I'm worried about environmental repercussions, and I just hope that maybe there's different ways that we can work this out, because I know that with the street being so narrow, I'm also worried about our properties being damaged as the developer is trying to get all of the equipment in there, and what's going to happen to our properties with all of this going on.
Okay, thank you. Ray, the next member of the public.
The last speaker is Lucy Surge.
Thank you for allowing me to speak to the committee. I'll be referring to Exhibit 2 and Exhibit 6, which is a traffic analysis submitted at the bottom of page 18 of the certified recommendation. What the residents of Woodlawn, of the DOT maintained portion of Woodlawn Drive, are requesting is that we continue to be a dead-end street due to the fact that it is not compatible with city streets and does not have the infrastructure to handle additional traffic. John Anagnos pointed out that the analysis shows that the proposed zoning would increase traffic by 1 trip in the AM and 2 in the PM. This analysis is obviously faulty. Fawn Glen has about 100 houses and no exit to New Hope Road. If Brook Valley and the south portion of Woodlawn are connected, it becomes a cut-through to New Hope Road that cuts off a couple of miles and 2 stoplights. Most homes have a minimum of 2 drivers, but for this estimate, I'll just use 2 per each home on Fawn Glen. People leave home for many reasons: school activities, work, errands, dining out. It's a very conservative estimate to say that each driver will leave home at least once per day. If only half of these 200 drivers need to access New Hope, it's still 100 vehicles leaving and 100 vehicles using the state maintained, returning using the state maintained portion of Woodlawn. The incompatibility of the narrow south portion of Woodlawn to City Street will create an extremely unsafe situation for any pedestrians, especially children and the elderly residents who walk on the street for exercise. I'd also like to mention that Tucker Martin at the NCDOT is looking into this situation and has concerns. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. All right, we have heard from the applicant and we have also heard from the public. I'll now bring it back to the table for questions for staff, public, or the applicant. Sorry, I can't see anything. Okay, I guess Commissioner Miller.
Yes, could staff address that question in the traffic analysis provided in the staff report that says that there would be 1 additional trip in the morning and 2 in the evening, and how, and whether that took into account the potential new cut through and increased traffic that way?
Right. There is no traffic analysis per se in the staff report. The trip generation analysis is only about the generation of traffic from the site itself, and that's a difference between the existing and the proposed entitlement. That was, of course, done, I think, at a maybe 1 or 2 units less than before. We don't do that sort of analysis unless there's a trip generation over 100 peak hour trips per day. The important thing to note about that is that the total amount of traffic is not increasing a lot. I think that the citizen who stated that perhaps 100 vehicles, additional vehicles per day would travel down the street, that, just looking at it very quickly looks reasonable. But neighborhood streets can easily accommodate 1,000 vehicles a day without serious quality of life issues. When we start to see 2,000 and 3,000 vehicles per day, that's when we start to often see serious traffic calming issues. And I would expect that given the width of the street, of the existing section of Woodlawn, that there would be a need to drive pretty slow. The condition would help make sure that people enter from the north slowly, and that by connecting our streets, people have to drive less total distance, no matter which direction they're going. Adding this connection will also allow everybody who currently has to drive south down Woodlawn the opportunity to go north to get to Old Lewisburg Road, and it'll help people be able to walk to the planned park that's just across Valley Stream there. There's a lot of reasons our comp plan requires us to connect these streets. I would also point out that the zoning case has no bearing on whether subdivision of these properties would have to connect these streets. That is a part of our code that is firm and is not something that can be changed through a zoning condition. But this case does now have a zoning condition dictating a design that will help reduce that a little bit and certainly help slow speeds.
Thank you, Jason. Commissioner O'Haver.
Yeah, I have a couple questions for Jason as well. Ms. Surge mentioned that the proposed improvements are not compatible with city streets, and she also mentioned that someone at NCDOT has concerns. Can you address those two comments, please?
I am not familiar with the name of, I think it was Tucker Martin, so I am looking up what his role at the department is. It appears as if he just happened to search that while you were asking the question, that he is a utilities manager, I think maybe in this division, so probably deals with a very different aspect. It doesn't mean I have any idea what his professional background is. The design of Woodlawn Drive is similar to a neighborhood yield, which is a street type that we have in our street design manual for up to, I think, 40 houses or half a mile in length. It does not have sidewalks as would be our standard for new streets. There are many city streets built to a very similar standard of approximately this width without sidewalk. When properties on those streets subdivide, they have to build the sidewalks, and sometimes, depending on the number of units expected in the area, they may have to widen it a little bit. And if properties are within the city limits, it is very easy for property owners and neighbors in a neighborhood to petition the city to add those sidewalks. That is not something that at this moment is open to the residents of Flying Glen because they are not annexed into the city limits. But the difference between the widths of the streets is not significant. It's the difference of sidewalks.
Just, can I follow up, Matt? Sorry.
Commissioner O'Haver.
Yeah. But Jason, can you confirm that y'all have coordinated with the NCDOT on the proposed plan for improvements? Is that correct?
We don't bring NCDOT into discussions about rezoning cases. They wouldn't really spend any of their effort talking to us about those sorts of things. If there was a subdivision submitted for this property, there would be coordination, yes, as it would be a connection to an NCDOT street. And my colleagues who are familiar with coordinating with them all the time did look at a sketch provided by the applicant's engineer and look at the wording of the condition. And their biggest concern at first was that the pavement condition of Woodlawn appeared to be pretty rough when they looked at a Google Streets view. And it turns out Woodlawn was just repaved in this last year, I think. So that had been addressed by NCDOT recently. So the coordination is really a site plan review sort of coordination, not a zoning coordination.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. One more point of, I think, just so I'm clear, because there's future streets mapped here for the connection, any work done to this site would require a connection?
Any development that was a subdivision would require the existing street rights of way to be improved. It's important to remember that these lots are a part of the subdivision that Woodlawn is a part of. And these streets were platted at the same time the rest of that development was built. I'm not familiar with when that was. And the cities, when the neighboring subdivisions were built, they were connecting to existing stubs that had yet to be improved. If there were a single family lot on each of the two, or I'm sorry, a single family home on each of the two existing lots, that would not require any of those public improvements. But if they were subdivided at the current zoning, it would require construction of those streets.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you. So can staff remind me how many homes can be built there now under the current zoning?
This is
Hey,
Jason.
Bennett, I can.
Okay, go ahead, Matt.
I was going to say, let me just scroll to that page in the report, and I'll let you know. Give me just a second. We estimate currently that 6 units can be built today, and then the change would be an additional 2 units under the proposed zoning conditions. So 2 additional residential units could be built.
Okay, so if the 6 units are built, this may be what Matt just asked, but if the 6 units are built, would the streets need to be connected?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there is no situation where the applicant can develop these parcels without connecting the street?
Correct.
They could develop 2 units and not take advantage of their existing zoning entitlement.
Okay.
That is possible.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner O'Haver.
Yeah, follow up. I thought I heard the applicant mention that they were going to develop or attempting to develop 10 units to help pay for the traffic calming device as opposed to the 8 that was just mentioned by staff. Can somebody confirm that?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Avery, will you repeat the question?
Sure. I thought I heard the applicant indicate that they were attempting to, originally were going to build 8, now would like to build 10 to help pay for the traffic circle that they just added into their condition. So I guess that's a question for the applicant, and I wonder if it just changes the answer to Ms. Bennett's question about how many units were going to be built.
In the request, the proposed zoning conditions would limit the development of the site to 8 units.
Can I speak on the applicant? Do you mind?
Just a moment. Mr. Clem, could you finish, and then I'll open it back up to the applicant?
Yeah, that's it. Zoning conditions provide a maximum yield of a total of 8 units. I will just double check the information in the packet, but I believe that is the maximum.
Because I know I'm looking at a condition that says a maximum of 10 units.
That's what's in the packet, Matt.
Yep, that's correct. All right, so I was looking at a summary on the intro page that looks like it wasn't updated. So new zoning conditions if you look down on page 24, the most current set of zoning conditions say that no more than 10 dwelling units. So existing 6, proposed 10, so there's a difference of 4 residential units on the site. Sorry for the confusion.
Okay, thank you. I'll now open it back up to Mr. Giddo.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify for Ms. Bennett that when we met last time, we asked to have the traffic calming circle. Obviously, the increased cost for the traffic calming circle required me to have more additional units to be able to pay for the traffic calming circle. That's what we worked back and forth with the city staff at engineering to add that as a condition of zoning. Therefore, removing the 8 units and giving me hopefully 10 units to be able to pay for the additional cost of putting in a traffic calming circle. And then I just wanted to address what I believe everyone now understands is that no matter what I do, unless I do one single family house on each lot, that I have to connect the roads. I've talked to staff and asked to not connect the roads, and the staff was adamantly against me not connecting the roads. So I listened, I went to community meeting. That's been everyone's complaint, no matter what I say. I just have no control over not connecting the roads. And DOT, my engineers are also familiar with DOT and haven't spoken to them directly about this project. I'll let them speak if you want, but are familiar with the DOT, and connecting city roads to DOT is not something that's not done commonly. It's done pretty commonly, connecting city roads to DOT roads. They're here, they could speak if you want, but we've definitely taken that into account as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Hicks.
Just a clarification. I think there was some discussion about possibly installing stop signs and or a traffic circle. And I'm just curious as to why not a stop signs and yes to the circle.
Is that a question for staff or for the applicant?
I can answer that, Commissioner Hicks. The traffic circle would not preclude necessarily in using a 4-way stop control. That is something that does happen in some places. And the neighborhood traffic circle is a pretty small and pretty severe traffic calming treatment in the sense that it is not easy to drive by them very, very quickly. The reason that we cannot have a zoning condition requiring 4-way stops is that the city of Raleigh follows the manual and uniform traffic control devices, which is basically the standards nationally for how we use stop signs and yield signs, traffic signals and pavement markings and all of those other things that help tell drivers and pedestrians how to use the right of way. And we don't know at this point that it would follow those standards to put a 4-way stop in it. It doesn't preclude us from doing a 4-way stop, but it doesn't commit the applicant to doing something that is potentially well against our standards. The other thing I'd add is that a stop sign itself is not a large expense, and if the city and or NCDOT felt it was appropriate to do that, it wouldn't be a large burden to the public to make that change the traffic schedule and put in a stop sign. Doing a larger device like a neighborhood traffic circle is something that we can't do quickly if there was a problem later. So it's a good idea to get a developer to commit to it at the beginning of a process.
Thank you, Jason. Any other thoughts or comments right now? For me, it's what I'm hearing is that this condition is greatly improving what otherwise would be kind of a very unobstructed cut through. This now creates more accessibility for all the residents on the street to go both north and south, but also helps maintain controlled speed and awareness, heightened awareness here. Does anyone else have any other thoughts, comments, questions? All right, I'm willing to entertain a motion. Commissioner Miller.
I'd make a motion to approve Z3120. This rezoning case is consistent overall with the comprehensive plan, and make a motion to amend the future land use map in accordance with this rezoning case. It is also reasonable and in the public interest based on its policies related to housing variety, conserving, enhancing, and revitalizing neighborhoods, and zoning for housing. And also, since it increases traffic calming in an area that is going to have a cut through in the future.
Commissioner Lampman?
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Now I'll ask Chinitha to take our vote.
Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Commissioner Hicks?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman?
Aye.
Commissioner Mann?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver?
Aye.
Chair Tomasulo?
Aye.
Commissioner Winters?
Aye.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate the feedback and appreciate kind of working through kind of heightened safety measures to kind of end up with a better outcome here than otherwise would happen. The motion unanimously passes 10-0 for case number Z3120. We are now moving on to new business. The next item is item F1, case number Z2620. This is a request to rezone approximately 6 acres of land from commercial mixed use 5 stories to commercial mixed use 7 stories. Don Bilk will present on behalf of staff.
Oh, yes. Good morning, Chairman Tomasulo, the Planning Commission. This is case Z2620. That address should be 1100 Corporate Center Drive. Sorry about that error. This is a request to zone just over 6 acres, a portion of the parcel from its current CX5 to CX7 conditional use. Your deadline for action is February 8, 21. The area is predominantly commercial and office. There is some medium density residential mixed use in the area and some industrial use in close proximity. Here, the major aerial view, you see there are a number of large office and institutional uses nearby, including the PNC Arena, Carter Finley Stadium Complex, and that adjoins the State Fairgrounds, Cardinal Gibbons High School, and another variety of uses, and another aerial shot of the site. This is the view of number 1 from the end of Ridgewalk Drive, which would terminate at the boundary of the site, and a second view from the southwest corner of the parcel. Other views of streetscapes showing the, again, 1100 Corporate Center driveway of this project facing north, and a south view from Corporate Center Drive. The conditions limit several commercial uses that would otherwise be allowable in the CX district, and those are listed here. Notably, the proposal will prohibit residential uses. Condition number 3 is meant to replicate the part, kind of a hybrid approach to frontage. And also, the hours of operation of any retail establishment or eating establishment will be limited. The applicant has stated that they would want to waive the provisions of the block perimeter requirements from the UDO, and they have also prohibited drive-through or drive-in facilities, except for those allowed in the OX or the district. A comparison here, again, the proposal will not include residential. So the presently that's a reduction of over 400 residential units over the existing zoning. It does increase the office retail and reduces the office entitlement and does reduce the retail entitlement. The proposal does have a higher walk score than average, but a lower transit score than average, and again, no residential. It is served by transit approximately 0.2 miles from the site of the Route 26. No residential units, again, within walking distance of transit. The proposal is consistent with the Flume designation of office/research and development. And the proposed hybrid frontage would be consistent with the City Growth Center designation on the urban form map. The proposal is consistent with the Flume and the urban form map as described. Number of consistent policies, note that there is some area plan guidance of the proposal from the Arena Blue Ridge plan, consistent with the policy of mixed-use development intensities. And a few inconsistent policies, notably emanating from the condition to waive perimeter requirements. There are no outstanding issues, and your deadline for action is February 8th, 2021. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bell. Oh, sorry for that. Thank you, Mr. We will now hear from Chad Essick, representing the applicant. The applicant and those in support have 10 minutes to speak. Once you're ready, Mr. Essick, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the Planning Commission. Chad Essick with Warner Sproul, 301 Fayetteville Street, Suite 1900, here this morning on behalf of the property owner and the applicant. Don has done a nice job summarizing the request, so I don't want to be too redundant, but I will give you a quick kind of overview of the request, and of course, happy to answer any questions. So this rezoning site, as you can see outlined in red, is a portion of what 1100 Corporate Center Drive that's currently about 38 acres, currently houses 3 office buildings that are about 450,000 square feet. Those buildings have a single tenant, Wells Fargo Bank. This proposed zoning is just for a portion of that site, approximately 6.5 acres at the southwest corner of the site. The site is located on the east side of Corporate Center Drive between Chapel Hill Road, which is to the south, and Trinity Road, which is to the north. Diagonally across from this site, if any of you have gone out to the Drive Shack Golf Facility, you'll see that diagonally across Corporate Center Drive. And then the Dakota Apartments are to the east, and more multifamily to the south. And then, of course, to the north of this site is the existing office park. As Don noted, the site is within a city growth center on the urban forward map and is designated office and research development on the future land use map. As you can see, the majority of the land to the east and to the north is currently Zone CX5, which was put in place as a part of the city's remapping several years ago. And our goal would like to convert the surface parking area of the site in the southeast corner of the site to an office building and provide a parking deck, structured parking that would serve both the new office building and provide replacement parking for the existing office. The zoning request is to keep the base district of CX and placing some zoning conditions on uses that make it consistent with the future land use map designation, and then obviously increasing from 5 to 7 stories to make this redevelopment of the surface parking feasible. That proposed height increase is consistent with the property's designation in the city growth center on the urban form map, as well as the recommended height designations in the comprehensive plan. As Don noted, we have put forward some zoning conditions to address urban form, and we have also placed conditions that limit some of the more objectionable retail uses, as well as prohibiting residential usage, which is something that the comprehensive plan calls for as it relates to the future land use map. We did have 2 neighborhood meetings. We had one within 500 feet and one within 1,000 feet. We only had a handful of folks show up more interested in getting information. No one that we're aware of has any concerns or opposition to the request. I'm not aware of anyone that signed up to speak. So I know you guys have a long agenda, so I'll just kind of stop with that, and then happy to answer any questions. We do have folks from the development team out there in virtual land if there's any specific questions. Again, it's consistent with the future land use map, the comprehensive plan overall, and the urban form map, and we would respectfully ask for a recommend of approval. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Essick. Seeing that no one else was signed up to speak on the matter, either for or from the general public, I would like to bring it back to the table to hear any questions, comments, or conversation with the commissioners. Commissioner Fox.
Overall, I find this consistent with the comp plan and the future land use map, but I'm a little bit perplexed by condition number 5. I don't know that I've seen a condition which, unless I'm reading this incorrectly, is basically exempting the applicant from meeting certain requirements of the UDO. Is that a correct read? Can staff speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, this is Jason Mars. Condition 5 is the one exempting block perimeter standards in 8.32, correct?
Correct.
I don't always remember the zoning condition numbers, right? That is correct. In, I think it was 2015 or maybe 16, City Council passed a text change that allowed this to be the one situation where a zoning condition could be less restrictive than code. And it allows an applicant to be able to exempt themselves in that part of the code for street connectivity for a couple of different reasons. And this is about the extension of new streets that are connecting to stub streets. And in this case, it appears that the applicant is wanting to make absolute certain that they will not have to convert their private driveway that borders one side of the parcel into a new public street, which maybe, depending on a few factors, could be close to a site plan requirement. It's very much on the border there of the block perimeter exemptions that are now in the code.
All right, thank you, Jason. Any other questions or comments right now? Commissioner O'Haver.
To follow up on Ms. Fox's comment, can we maybe ask the applicant why they didn't make that last little connection there? We just went through a previous discussion about the importance of connectivity and the city forcing connectivity, and now we've got I'm sure I can probably measure on Google Earth. I just don't know how to do it, but it looks fairly minimal there. So I'm just curious why that is. I'm sure there's a good reason.
Yeah, this is Chad. Are you referring to the Ridgewalk Drive? Is that what you're referring to, Mr. O'Haver?
I believe that is the case. He's on mute. Is that correct, Commissioner O'Haver? We can't hear you.
Let me know about now.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. It said it didn't say mute on my screen. Yes, I believe that's correct, Chad.
Okay. Well, let me talk first about the block perimeter waiver. And I just want to be clear that that is dealing with only this 6.5 acre site that's to be rezoned. And as Jason mentioned, the drive that runs along the east side, likely we would be exempt from block perimeter anyways, because there's a new exemption that if you're if the public upgrading to a public road would take more than 15% of the site, you're exempt. which I think we will probably meet anyways. But again, as Jason noted, the UDO does allow you to address that at the rezoning stage, so you can get some certainty on that. And we've submitted materials from our traffic engineer recommending that waiver be allowed. As it relates to Ridgewalk Drive, so as you can see, this site is currently 38 acres, and we are looking to develop that 6 acres in the southeast corner. Wells Fargo currently has a lease on the entire 38 acres, and we're displacing some of their parking to replace the structured parking. And just to be candid, if putting a public road through there between their building and the parking structure is not going to be something they're going to allow us to do as a part of this development. That issue will be when the remaining 30 acres of the office park is redeveloped. That Ridgewalk extension will presumably be part of that review and site plan. And so we just think it's better addressed once the larger office park is ultimately redeveloped, as opposed to at this particular juncture for this smaller development on this 6 acres.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Esser. Did that answer your question, Commissioner O'Haver?
Can y'all hear me? I don't even know if this thing's working.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I believe it does. I wasn't even really, I get it. I wasn't really thinking about Chad. I understand cutting all the way through to Corporate Center Drive and block perimeter. And I guess there's just not a desire to make that little connection, I guess, to the private drive to the west. And maybe that has to do with part of the lease, I'm guessing. It sticks out just because we had such discussion previously about the need for connectivity. If it's a private property right or a lease issue, that makes sense. Again, would like to just clarify that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments right now? All right. Lawnmower in the background. I would. I'll entertain a motion if we have one. It looks like maybe Commissioner Winters. You're on mute.
Sorry, everybody. No, I just have one question. When I was sitting back and I was, okay. I was just confused for a moment about some of the prohibitions, about like the restricting establishments, eating establishments or retail spaces. I was unaware that was something we can do because it came up in a previous case, something similar. So I just thought it was. Can someone clarify for me why it is permissible, why it is allowed to be prohibited here, but it wasn't at another location? For instance, I think it was Old Town, the Old Town development.
I'll let staff address that. Mr. York or Mr. Bowers have any thoughts on that? I'm not exactly remembering exactly what it was.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
The question is how is it possible to have to prohibit eating establishments, even restricting their times, and the specification of prohibiting drive-through or drive-in facilities? When we were discussing a case, I think it was the Old Town development, there was the conversation that couldn't be done. So I'm just trying to understand how it is permissible here.
I don't recall the specifics of the Old Town. We certainly have approved many zoning cases that had limitations on use as well as hours of operation. The hours of operation is a thing I think that we generally consider enforceable because it's easy to determine if a place is operating or not, but although often that has to take place after hours and is generally complaint driven. But I don't recall staff saying that you could not have a condition like that during the discussion of the Old Town case, but I would have to review the minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner McIntosh.
Oh, I was just going to make a guess on why it was different in Old Town, and I could be wrong, but I think it's possible that at Old Town, the developer chose not to offer that condition and was not amenable to offering that condition, where here, and if I remember correctly, I think Old Town may have been in East Raleigh. Is that
It's kind of
accurate? Could you repeat that, Matt?
It's Southeast Raleigh.
Yeah, so that was in Southeast Raleigh, which is a historically Black neighborhood. And this application is in West Raleigh, which is a wealthier white area. And I think we see these types of accommodations more often in wealthy white neighborhoods.
Thank you very much.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Does anyone want to entertain a motion? Commissioner O'Haver.
I move to recommend approval of zoning case Z 2620. It's consistent with the City Growth Center framework map. The ask for the increase in height is making the deck feasible. It's adjacent to similar zoning. Proposed frontage condition is consistent. I believe that the request is reasonable and in the public interest and supported by these specific policies. Policy LU 1.2, future land use map and zoning consistency. Policy LU 1.3, conditional use district consistency. Policy LU 2.6, zoning and infrastructure impacts. Policy LU 10.3, ancillary retail uses, and policy ED 5.5, retrofitting older office environments.
All right, there is a motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Miller?
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. I'll ask Chinitha to now call for a vote.
Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox?
Nay.
Commissioner Hicks?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman?
Aye.
Commissioner Mann?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver?
Aye.
Chair Thomas-Delow?
Nay.
And Commissioner Winters?
Aye.
All right, thank you, everyone. The motion passes 8-2 for case number Z2620. Moving on to the next case, or item number F2, is case number Z3520. It is a request to rezone approximately 2 acres from R4 and R6 to residential mixed-use 3-story conditional use. With this case, there are members of the public signed up to speak, but the applicant did not meet some of the requirements for the neighborhood meeting report, and so we have to delay. But there have been members of the public who are here to speak, and so I want to make sure that we present time for them so that they did not sit here for nothing for the last hour and a half. And so, you know, we have the context of it in our packet if we want to review it. I talked to Travis, and can forego the presentation and just hear from the general public so that we have their input on the record, and then we will have additional input next week as well, at the next meeting, sorry. So with that, I'd like to ask Ray to, unless anyone has any other thoughts or comments. Okay, seeing none, then I'll ask Ray to open it up to the members of the general public who are signed up to speak on this so that we can hear them. Each member will have 2 minutes to speak.
All right. The first sign up I have is Craig Sullivan.
Hello, can I have the first slide, please?
And also, please, if the time clock visual could be turned on, that would be great. Thank you. And we're just waiting on a slide. Okay.
That isn't my slide. That slide is for Kevin Hopper. It's on traffic. He can. We planned for him to speak first, followed by Chanel Vicini, and then followed by me. So, Kevin, if you want me to start out here, I will.
We can do that. Just I was not aware.
All right. Well, I can go if you restart the time clock. My name's Craig Sullivan, and along with my neighbors, I have some critical stormwater issues with this proposed rezoning. Have the next slide, please. Shown here are our properties indicated by the tan shading. The proposed townhouses are shown in pink with paved areas in black on a gray background. As indicated by the green arrow at the top, we're on a steep hillside. It drops almost 70 feet from west to east and also 30 feet from north to south, top to bottom here. So in this position, these townhouses have the potential to profoundly impact our stormwater situation. Next slide, please. A case in point, in 2017, Charles Johnson clear cut and improperly regraded all of 2607 Wade Avenue. Here you can see the clay soil intruding onto neighboring properties as indicated by the red circles. This botched regrading exposed us to increased runoff from his property and from the enormous backyard lawns of properties uphill indicated by the blue arrows. Next slide, please. Please. Moving clockwise from the upper left, resulting damage to my property includes sod changed to gravel, weeds and moss, erosion of embankments, failure of retaining walls, penetration of groundwater into living spaces, and stormwater intrusion into my workshop. All of my neighbors have experienced significant damage. Our soils are fully saturated most of the time, and we cannot bear additional input of stormwater. Next slide, please. Envision Homes would collect peak runoff and discharge it onto our land to the pre-development rate for a 25-year storm event. This is insufficient. Our stormwater situation is so dire that at a minimum, they should plan for a 50-year storm event. However, the proper solution would be to pipe discharge water under our properties to Beaver Dam Creek. I've offered them an easement to do this, and it's really the only way we can be made whole while preventing further stormwater damage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Ray, if you could please cue the next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Kevin Hopper.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. We do have a set of slides that could be pulled up, please.
We're still waiting on the slides.
Right, excellent.
All right. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, is it showing yet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is Kevin Hopper. I reside at 2605 Wade Avenue with my wife Jennifer and my two elementary age children. We know Wade Avenue is a roller coaster. It is 4 lanes of steep hills and serpentine twists carrying almost 34,000 cars a day. This specific frontage on Wade Avenue is currently zoned R4 and is considered low density residential for future land use and should remain as such. The steep blind hill on Wade where this rezoning is being proposed can be dangerous, with excessive speeds and distracted drivers, and crashes are not uncommon. I've seen, heard, and responded to a number of these myself. As the next driveway down the hill, the safety of my family is of paramount concern, and I need to ensure this proposed dense development does not endanger that. Safety is not unique to my home, but to the residents on both sides of Wade, to the daily commuters and pedestrians along this heavily trafficked state route, as well as to my neighbors on Gardner, Bar, Metler, and Canterbury. This residential area, is a walk zone to the neighborhood public elementary school and is adjacent to pedestrian greenway and several parks. The first slide that you're looking at here shows the proposed rezoning location of this dense RX3 development with a topographical overlay. This lies directly on the steepest hill on Wade Avenue, in an area of blind hills and steep grades starting at Brooks and continuing through JC Park. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Oh, back a slide, please. All right. This shows the location with your own eyes on the blind hill and the steep grade. We know the speed limit is posted at 35, but vehicular traffic routinely goes 10 to 20 miles an hour over this. Traffic speed enforcement along this section of Wade is rare. In previous post-crash discussions with RPD, the reason I've been given is that it's an officer safety issue. Next slide, please. All right. We know traffic is a concern on Wade Avenue. This is from the state DOT. Next slide, please.
And sir, you can finish just because there have been a few significant delays.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Got a little flushy there. Using recently run data from the NCDOT, we were able to plot crash frequency by specific location for the past 5 years. You can see numerous crashes around the intersections, particularly at Brooks, Canterbury, and Gardner, but also a large number of mid-block crashes, including directly in front of the proposed rezoning. These crashes have resulted in numerous injuries and substantial property damage. They often also shut down Wade Avenue, sometimes for hours. Last slide, please. So the addition of significant and undue density at this specific location is cause for alarm. It is not because of adding more trips on Wade. That's really just a drop in the bucket. It's because of adding more trips onto and off of Wade and the surrounding neighborhood streets. It is reasonable to expect that this would cause the number of crashes directly in the area to increase, as well as accompanying injuries and property damage. In conclusion, I'd like to say it would be dangerous to increase density on the steep blind hill on Wade. The proposed rezoning is not in the public interest, and we as neighbors would ask the commission to vote to deny this rezoning request. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. We have 2 more members of the public signed up to speak. So, Ray, if...
All right, next I have Chanel Vicini.
Yep, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I have a slide as well, please, if we could load that.
Still waiting for it. Just for context, it's it sounds like the software is just being challenging today.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem. I'll also be turning through a couple of slides as well. I emailed it to the commission. I don't know if that's an easier way to view it.
I mean, we go ahead and present all speaker presentations, so it's just something that we have to kind of bear with in the environment. So yeah, but thank you.
Of course.
And I guess for future reference, you always can email us a presentation that you're planning to reference. It certainly doesn't hurt. Okay, so we do have it up, and the time is on the clock, but it does seem like for some reason the software is moving slower. So if it's taking a while, we'll make sure that you can kind of finish your thoughts.
Perfect. Thank you. If we could just begin on the main slide, I guess, slide 1. Thank you.
Great.
Good morning. My name is Chanel Vicini, and I live on Gardner Street. As mentioned, Wade Avenue is dangerous, and there will be a left turn barrier at the proposed development. As a result, all westbound traffic will have to loop around the neighborhood. This includes drivers leaving the development that wish to go west and those returning to the development from downtown. If we could go to slide 3, please. This is the anticipated traffic pattern. If drivers don't turn onto Gardner, the next place to loop around is 6 to 10 minutes out of the way past JC Park. Thus, development traffic will be looping through the neighborhood. At the corner of Gardner and Wade, there is no stoplight nor crosswalk. This turn is over 90 degrees, which is what makes this intersection so dangerous. As you can see, Gardner, Barmettler, and Canterbury all have no sidewalks nor crosswalks. They are narrow, windy roads that have on-street parking. Slide 4, please. Again, these streets are extremely narrow. On Barmettler, drivers face hilly terrain its entire length. The lack of sidewalks causes pedestrians to always be in the road, as seen here, including families and kids walking to JC Park's entrance trail on Gardner. Next slide. Not only are all of the roads narrow, all 3 streets have very poor sight lines, and there are a lot of blind turns around the bends. Cars coming around these twists and turns cannot see each other, as we see in slide 6. Overall, we can go to slide 6, please. Thank you. Overall, unless there was a major renovation to these roadways for public safety, it is not possible to safely accommodate the additional traffic generated by 24 townhomes. Rezoning is inconsistent with the future land use map and the City of Raleigh's comprehensive plan, which took into account this area's lack of sidewalks, extremely narrow streets, and dual-sided parking, which makes increased density a significant threat to pedestrian safety. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We have one more member of the public signed up to speak. Ray, you can give them the podium.
Yes, we have Jennifer Stevenson.
Yes, I am here, and I also have a slide.
All right, it's loading.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jennifer Stevenson. My husband, 1-year-old daughter, and I live in the surrounding properties on Gardner. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the neighborhood. We believe that the rezoning proposal as it is presented should be denied. It's a neighborhood that's comprised almost entirely of low density housing, and such a drastic change is inconsistent and incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood and the future land use map as you see here. We all purchased our homes knowing that this lot was there that juts back in and something could be built, but also knowing that it was zoned as low density. Some of the things about this neighborhood that specifically drew us and others to this area are the quiet streets, ability to walk, dense trees, and diversity of families living here. The increase in density is the root of the issue that surrounds the surrounding neighborhoods and I have, and our concern for how it will change the neighborhood. As we mentioned in the petition we signed, sent by the neighbors, we are not against something being in there or even necessarily townhomes, but we are against the drastic change in the density. Our compromise would be to have something like R10 zoning so that townhomes would be allowed, but with a cap at 6 units per acre to maintain the low density designation. We have attended all of the meetings with the developer and they've been unwilling to compromise on the density. I'm a CPA, so I understand the math behind that. However, I'm also a homeowner and I have invested in this neighborhood to raise my family, and I invested in the upholding of the future land use map. As we move to this page, you can see that the property is specifically perched in the middle of a steep hill. It presents a challenge to surrounding neighbors on many fronts. It's amplified when you add in the proposed doubling of density. This lot in particular juts back into the neighborhood and is surrounded on 3 sides by single-family homes. You can see here that there's a 70-foot elevation change across the section of the neighborhood. My home is on the east side, and my backyard currently looks up at a line of trees towering high above us. This would be a replace for myself and many others with 50-foot high townhome structures sitting somewhere between 60 to 75 feet above our homes. And it would even be seen from the surrounding streets towering above our homes. This now means that we have to worry about privacy and safety issues that we never had to consider based on what's currently allowed in the current zoning. And so we just think that if the density was decreased, it could eliminate a lot of these problems. So we urge you to deny it as it is proposed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we've heard from the general public, and as I mentioned before, for this case, Z3520, the applicant was not ready for the meeting, so it has to be deferred to the next meeting. But we've heard a lot of information today, and I think we hope that the applicant is prepared for the next meeting. Thank you, everybody. We're moving on to item F3, case number Z3620. This is a request to rezone approximately 41 acres of land from agricultural productive to office mixed use 7 stories. This is a general use case and there are no zoning conditions. Don Bilk will provide the staff presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Tomasulo. This is about 41 acres from agricultural productive to office mixed use. Your deadline is February 8th, 2021. Most of this area is agricultural productive. However, across from Edwards Mill, there's a large extent of office mixed use zoning. And you can see the various institutional uses across Edwards Mill to the east and to the west. It's bordered primarily by open space of the Shank Forest, and further west is Umstead State Park. NC State's Equine Educational Unit and grounds are located to the north. A couple of views from Middy Creek Road. Again, the site perspective. And image number 3 shows that transition to the agricultural and open space uses to the west of the proposal. Existing versus proposed, certainly this illustrates the substantial change in entitlements of residential, office, and retail under this proposal. The proposal does have an average transit score matching the city's score. However, it does have a lower walk score than average, and would, next slide please, and would allow for a mix of residential units. The site is served by transit, Route 26, Edwards Mill. The proposal would add to the housing supply, no subsidized units, again, a variety of housing types, and it is within walking distance to transit. This site has a split designation on the future land use plan, about half and half, but the corner showing as public facilities and the perimeter of the property as public parks and open space. So it has been deemed inconsistent with the flow. The The site does adjoin a city growth center, but is not presently part of that. The proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and as mentioned previously, it is partially consistent with the flume, although it is inconsistent with the public parks and open space designation. A similar proposal from, say, a state institution or NC State would be consistent under the public facilities designation. There are 4 consistent policies identified here and 3 inconsistent policies. No outstanding issues. Again, this was a general use case and no conditions were provided. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Belk. Next, we will hear from the applicant, Mac Paul.
Good morning. This is Mac Paul, Morningstar Law, 421 Fayetteville Street, here on behalf of the applicant Bandwidth. I'm going to provide a little bit of history on this site and the reasons for the general use case. And then Matt Shelton with Bandwidth, Director of Facilities, is going to talk about the Bandwidth headquarters project. We're very excited about this case and what it will bring to North Carolina and the city of Raleigh. First, I want to introduce the team. In case you have any questions, we have Lee Perry with East West Partners and Matt Honeycutt with Capital Broadcasting, the development team to build this project for Bandwidth. We also have Chad Parker with Gensler. We have Brian Purdy and Andy Pediak with McAdams, and then Richard Adams with Kimberly Horn on transportation. If you can go to the next slide, just to give a little bit of history in this area in particular. So, going back many decades, the state of North Carolina acquired a lot of the land in this area of West Raleigh. A lot of the low intensity uses were situated out here, like the motor fleet. There was a prison where the NC Museum of Art is located now. And over time, this became a much more desirable area, and a lot of thinking began to occur about what could be a higher and better use to happen out here. The first big move was about 25 years ago when NC State and the Hurricanes decided to put an arena nearby. And following that, the state of North Carolina put on the market a large tract, which at the time was called 40 Wade for private development, which is zoned up to 12 stories near the arena. And then further after that, there's been other efforts, such as the NC Museum of Art carved off 33 acres at Wade Avenue and Blue Ridge Road, zoned for up to 12 stories for potential, headquarters or mixed-use development that could support the mission of the museum. Nothing has happened with that to date, but it is there. The state also zoned property between this site on Edwards Mill and Blue Ridge for 12 stories. Again, potentially for a mixed-use project or headquarters. Now you may have seen the announcement that DHHS will be locating or plans to locate its headquarters from Dix Park over to the site near here. So in sum, this is an area that's been evolving, and when the right project comes along, the state has shown an interest and willingness to dispose of state property for a higher and best use, which we certainly feel is the case in this situation. In this, go to the next slide. I just want to touch on why a general use case here. As the agriculture, we did some research, we can't really find any record of when this was actually used as an agricultural use prior to the Department of Agriculture having control. And right now, as you saw, it's a big empty parking lot just used for state fair parking. And, during the rest of the year, there are trucks parked out there. So that's really what it's been used for since at least 2012. Prior to that, the equine facility at NC State had control. You can see now that's on the other side of Reedy Creek. So again, not really any record of an agricultural use there. Please go to the next slide. As Don mentioned, the future land use map would support like an office, a state office headquarters here. So largely from a form standpoint, no different. It's just that we're proposing a private user. And then the next couple of slides just showing that this is outside, specific guidance with the urban form map and with the arena plan. So back when, the city started the evolution to the UDO and remapping, the thought at that time we were going to have a lot of general use cases. We certainly recognize you have not seen, and we don't see a whole lot of general use cases, partly just because maybe of the culture of Raleigh. But the idea is to let the UDO do a lot of the work at site plan. And in this case, with a little bit of guidance that's there, it's certainly consistent with the comprehensive plan as a general use form overall. Also, we're facing this fact that it's a state property and there are specific state statutes on conditional uses on state property. And there's a very kind of onerous process with Council of State approval and not real great clarity on how that is to happen. And in this case, the Department of Agriculture, which controls this property, does not want conditions on it as part of the zoning, but they're not going to close on this or sell it without Bandwidth going through this process and getting a site plan approved. And we're very grateful that the city has started a pilot program that allowed Bandwidth to go ahead with a site plan to provide greater certainty and get that process going, which Matt can touch on. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Matt Shelton to tell you a little bit about Bandwidth in the project.
Thank you, Mac. Thank you, Mac. Is everyone able to hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you to the commissioners for your time and consideration today. A little bit of background on Bandwidth. We are a North Carolina homegrown success story. We've been here in the Raleigh area for 18 years now. Lots of graduates from our local universities, lots of natives, long-term transplants. We're roughly 1,000 employees globally, with about 750 of those in the Raleigh area, headquartered at NC State Centennial Campus today. I want to give you just a little bit about who we are, because this is a unique request. We think it's important that you know a little bit about us. We believe our employees should have meaningful work and a full life. We call that our whole person promise, and we offer things like 90-minute lunches for working out and paid gym memberships and email embargo where you're cut off from email and calls on vacation, and go and do days where we give people paid time off to get involved in the community activism of their choice. And one thing that I want to touch on is, because it's important to the future of this project, is a Montessori school for the young children of our employees. And I mention all these things because our search as a company for land and any development we undertake has to keep these values at its core. And so about 18 months ago, we initiated what we're calling Project Athens, which began a journey of finding land, finding a place for the creation or the addition of almost 1,200 new jobs over the next 7 years. Earlier this year, as some of you may know, we partnered with the state of North Carolina, Wake County, and the city of Raleigh on a jobs development incentive grant that really keeps us headquartered here, but we'll also focus almost all of our, exclusively our future growth on this area. And again, that's 1,165 new jobs by 2027 and at least 100 million in investment. And then the big question became, how are we going to do it? How are we going to deliver a work environment that will stay true to the values and cultures that have made us successful? How are we going to deliver what we promised to our employees? How are we going to be a blessing to our community? And how are we going to do it in unprecedented times of a pandemic and civil unrest and racial injustice and economic uncertainty? And the answer to all those issues started with a world-class team. Mac mentioned all of the folks on this call, but leaders from our team and others, brokers, developers, architects, landscape architects, engineers, legal experts, everyone that could help this be a successful project. And the next component of our solution, and the most important, which we're talking about today, was finding a world-class site. We did an exhaustive search of available and unavailable sites, and during that search, we came across this site, which we dubbed a unicorn site. A nearly blank canvas of 40 acres in an area that checked all of our boxes. It's a central location. There's room to spread out wide versus build tall. We're not the company that's going to go into a high-rise downtown. We're the company that wants a connection to nature We want proximity to the amazing parks and greenways and green spaces around our area. And if you could just go ahead to the next slide for me, you can see just a little bit of that connection to nature, the connection to the greenways, and how important that is, and how this site fits perfectly into that. And then next was the task of obtaining the land, which proves to be a tall task, but obviously if you want something, you have to work hard for it, and we are. We've got a phenomenal partnership developing with the state of North Carolina, the Department of Agriculture, and the State Fair, including our partnership to improve the State Fair park and ride experience. We're also desiring to work collaboratively with other neighboring stakeholders, including NC State and even Mount Olivet Baptist Church, who has a cemetery adjacent to the property, and we're going to improve access to those things via Schenck Forest Road improvements. And if you could move to the next slide for me. We just want to recognize very quickly that we do appreciate this pilot program of being able to do our ASR simultaneous with our rezoning application. So we appreciate the ingenuity of that. And then the last slide, please. Quickly, I'd just like to show you our current conceptual site plan. Won't spend time walking through it. We're showing this because we want to be transparent with our intentions on the site. We intend to take this 40-acre patch of gravel, as Mac mentioned, and turn it into a beautiful landscaped campus with architecture and design that fits with the site and the surrounding areas. As mentioned, we've brought on a world-class design team, including Surface 678, the landscape architect responsible for what we think is the gold standard of this area at the Museum of Art. And we intend to make this land beautiful for us and for our community while partnering with the local and state governments for a lasting cooperation. So I'll stop there and turn it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, both of you. There's no one else signed up to speak, so I'd like to now bring it back to the table and open it up for.
I do have one speaker signed up, a neighbor in support.
Okay. It's someone who's not a part of the project team.
Yeah, she signed up as not part of the project team.
Okay, then we will go ahead and, I guess without objection, have the minutes for the member of the public to speak.
If you're there, Linda Jacobs.
Yes, I'm here. I represent Mount Olivet Baptist Church, located at 3500 Edwards Mill Road, zip code 27612. We own the church cemetery there, and the name of the road is actually State Farm Road. I think one of the representatives of the team said Schenck Forest Road, but the actual name is State Farm Road, and unusual as it seems, we share the same street address. Our street address is 2201 State Farm Road, zip code 27612. We are very much in favor of this project. The only reason I signed up is because I missed the October 12th meeting, and I just wanted to be on board in case anybody had any questions concerning the church cemetery.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much. All right, that's good context, I guess, for any additional questions that we might have around that element. And it's bringing it back to the table. Does anyone have any initial questions, comments for either the staff or the applicant? Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Chair Tomasulo. So I just have a couple of comments and then a question, I think. The first comment is that I want to say how much I appreciate the applicant showing that out-of-the-box things can occur when you really want them to. I appreciate that the ASR pilot is being done where it's being reviewed during the rezoning. I appreciate the grant and the incentives that are being worked out during the rezoning. So I just want to say I appreciate that. Having said that, I have just a couple of concerns. First, I'm concerned about the environmental impacts to the forest and the state park, and if staff could just elaborate a little bit about what those impacts are and how they might be mitigated. And then my second concern is around the Edwards Mill Road Durley intersection. The staff report indicated that the impacts to that intersection would cause it to operate at a level of service F, and the impacts couldn't be fully mitigated by recommendations of the TIA. So I wanted them to elaborate a little bit on that, like what could be done to help that intersection. And I think those are my two questions.
Chairman Tomasulo, Commissioner Bennett, I'd be happy to address your first question on the environmental impact. Again, since this was a general case, there were no specific conditions that could address that. While there may not be a direct impact to the open space resources that were identified west of the proposal, we understand there is a general concern of the future divestiture of state-owned lands in this area and concerns that have been expressed by the public regarding the future encroachment on the Umstead State Park and the Schenck Forest. For example, the Umstead Coalition has come out previously on other projects addressing that concern. So that was really the main motivation behind that specific concern that was addressed in the staff report.
Okay, so there aren't any direct impacts on either of those resources?
Not direct impacts, no.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Bennett, this is Jason Myers with Transportation. I'll try to address your question about the traffic impact analysis and the level of service at Durley and Edwards Mill. The area of land west and north of Edwards Mill Road has very poor street connectivity, and that is probably the fundamental issue that is causing some of the issues at Raleigh and Edwards Mill. And some of that's caused for completely understandable reasons related to the state park. We're not going to build a street through Umstead State Park that connect directly to RTP. So the way that people who live in that area generally get to their jobs is to travel down Raleigh and then take a right onto Edwards.
Okay, so let's hit refresh. Ray, are you able to have maybe Jason sign off and sign back on? Because I don't think anyone could really hear anything he was saying.
Yeah, I sent him a message and muted him.
I also, it did also sound like the applicant has someone representing transportation as well, so maybe it would be helpful to hear from them as well.
Yeah, Richard Adams could speak to this.
Okay, well, maybe while Jason's rebooting, we could hear from the applicant transportation side.
Hey, good morning. Richard Adams with Kimley Horn. Thanks, sir. Thanks for having us here. I'll try to touch a little bit. I think Jason was making a really good point about the connectivity problem in this part of Raleigh and really part of Wake County. And I think for good reason, as Jason said, the old Durley Road extension that would have bisected between Umstead and Schenck was taken off the map, and I think for pretty strong environmental reasons. So there is a very heavy movement between Edwards Mill and Durley. But specific to this project, there are some improvements that another applicant has committed to extending the northbound left turn lanes on Edwards Mill at Durley. So there is that improvement in the pipeline of that intersection. It still is as Commissioner Bennett noted, a problematic intersection. This applicant has no access to any right-of-way at that intersection. DOT has a project in their pipeline, in its U 6193, which would improve this intersection and would help construct Blue Ridge Road extending all the way over to Edwards Mill, which would help eliminate some of the turning movements at Edwards Mill and Raleigh and relieve that condition. I will say that that project, especially with the current DOT funding situation, is not currently funded for construction, but it is something that DOT is hoping to fund in the future. So, as I said, this applicant has no way to build or fund any improvements up there, but it is an existing problem, and the DOT is working to find a solution for that. So I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Ray, were you able to get Jason back on the line for any further follow-up?
Looks like Jason hasn't reconnected yet. Oh, there he is. Great. Yeah, there you go.
Can you guys all hear me now?
Yeah, much better. Thank you.
I didn't realize there was an issue, and I did notice a couple of funny looks on people's faces. Like, what did I say? I could not hear, of course, because I closed my application, what Richard Adams had stated. What I was starting to state is that the street connectivity west of Edwards Mill Road is pretty poor, largely because of Umstead, and in some cases because of other decisions that were made in the past. And that creates quite a bit of a choke point where a lot of trips have to travel through the intersection of Durley and Edwards Mill Road. So anything that we would do to add traffic to Edwards Mill Road is going to make that issue worse. And this was also something that showed up in, I think it was the Z1420 case at Macon Pond and Edwards Mill Road. And it's something that will have to be monitored in the future. What may happen is, because of the infrastructure sufficiency requirements in the UDO, is that at site plan there would need to be a specific, I guess, redo of the analysis to what was proposed in that site plan. And if infrastructure sufficiency can't be met, then they have to do a what's called in UDO a traffic mitigation plan. Some of the things, and so it may become an issue of timing, where build out of this site may happen over time. And some of the planned improvements that might address this are extension of Lake Boone Trail from its current terminus to Edwards Mill Road, and the extension of what's now called Hopeful Drive or Hopeful Way, which lines up with Blue Ridge Road and is being constructed partially right now by the Rex Cancer Center, are other streets that will help provide some grid that will eliminate some of the need for people to drive through that intersection. But those are a little bit longer term situations. And really the way I think that to think about this is that the full entitlement of this zoning case cannot be built right now because of infrastructure deficiency. I don't know that the applicant is looking to build the full entitlement at this time, and that's something maybe they can address.
Yeah, just to add on to what Jason was saying, again, because of the Envision Tomorrow analysis, our full entitlement analysis in the TIA looked at roughly 4 times what the applicant intends to build up front in terms of size. So just adding on to what Jason was saying, the initial build will be 1/4 of what we actually analyzed in the TIA for full build out of the entitlement. So yes, I agree with Jason's statement there.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for staff. This being state property right now, what's the process on how the state would build this out? I think, seeing that it had a civic use, I mean, are they required to follow the same protocols and rules to build out their site and follow the city guidelines, or do they have different rules?
This is David York. The state does have different rules. However, when they're building a building, it says all local government zoning regulations are applicable to the erection, construction, and use of buildings by the state of North Carolina and its political subdivisions. So when they're doing a construction project, they follow the local zoning regulations. It's in the same statute that also says you can't do conditional use zoning on state-owned property without the consent of the council of state, which doesn't meet often enough for that to be a real practical solution to these types of cases.
Okay, so that says that refers to zoning. What about planning and stuff like that? Do you have to go through site plan? Do they have their own review?
Now they would go through site plan.
Yeah,
that would be part. I mean, they follow the local regulations if what they're doing is building a building.
Okay, so I guess that's kind of why they build this monstrous parking lot, kind of at whim.
I couldn't hear your question.
I guess so. So they didn't really go through permitting to build this massive parking facility. Then the existing parking. I was just curious context.
I believe there's a special exemption when there's no structure being built on government land. And they do not have to go through the normal review process.
Okay. Thank you.
That's correct. That's that same statute I was reading from.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Hicks.
I just wanted to make a comment that I appreciated the thoughtfulness and collaborative work, the quality work that has gone into this project. It's delightful to see, and it's very much appreciated that we're able to get a real sense of what this site plan looks like at this time, especially for a project that's in an area that is very sensitive, and so that's really appreciated. And then just a point of clarification, ordinarily we aren't allowed to look at a site plan and make recommendations based on that, and this is a unique setup where between the agreements with the state, the applicant's agreements with the state, and then their simultaneous ASR, basically that's doing the work of what we normally would see in conditions. And so just recognizing that it's a very different process for us to review it. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thanks. And I'd even maybe think that it's providing even a lot more than conditions. So I think it's great that the city's piloting this. It doesn't seem like there's any additional questions or comments. Reiterating what Commissioner Bennett and Commissioner Hicks said, this very much seems like the project team has done a tremendous job on this, and understanding that it is the challenges around adding conditions to it, the simultaneous site plan really adds the highest level of expectation setting that I've seen in a rezoning, I think, in my 5 years here. So knowing that that's being set at the city level is really great. And also to hear that the few additional neighboring organizations are also in support of this and benefiting from it as well. I guess I'm prepared to make an approval, make a recommendation that this request is reasonable and in the public interest. Sorry, when I'm managing everything, it's a little bit more challenging to be ready, but I need training from Commissioner Fox. I accidentally closed my window, so if someone could help.
Thomas, are you make the motion?
Sorry about that, y'all.
Chair Thomas, look, can you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, I see you. I'm ready. I can make the motion if you. So I agree with your and Commissioner Hicks' comments. So I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve this rezoning case. That is consistent with relevant policies in the comprehensive plan, and approval is reasonable and in the public interest because it offers compact development, it offers a location for growth, reinforcing urban pattern, and it provides the city with a technology-intensive industry that is much needed. So that is my motion.
Thank you. Go ahead and second. So there's a motion and a second. So now go ahead. Commissioner Hicks, did you have a question?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know who gave the second. I was going to offer a second.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. I'll go ahead and ask Chinitha now to record the vote.
Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Commissioner Hicks?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman?
Aye.
Commissioner Mann?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver?
Aye.
Chair Tomasulo?
Aye.
Commissioner Winters?
Aye.
All right, thank you, everyone. Z3620 passes unanimously 10-0. We are now moving on to item F4, case number Z3820. This is a request to rezone approximately 1/3 of an acre of land from office mixed use 3 stories conditional use and residential 3 stories to neighborhood mixed use 3 stories urban limited conditional use. Sarah Ellish will present on behalf of staff.
Good morning again. Thank you for that introduction. Case C3820, request to rezone 2 parcels at 309 and 311 North Tarboro. It's 0.37 acres, and the request is to rezone from OX3 with conditions and RX3 with no conditions to neighborhood mixed use 3 with conditions and urban limited frontage. The deadline for planning commission action is December 21st, 2020. So the site is located just south of St. Augustine University. As you can see on the map in front of you, there's some commercial around it. There's a small commercial node at the intersection of Oakwood Avenue and Tarboro. That's what it's showing. But generally speaking, it's a pretty residential area with a mixture of medium density residential and moderate density residential. This is just a closer look at the site. So where you see that office building on the right-hand side of Tarboro Street, that's also owned by the St. Augustine Community Development Corporation, who is the applicant and the property owner of the site and the request before you. And again, it's just a zoomed-in site showing that there is there's a small commercial node at the intersection of Oakwood and Tarboro just north of the site, but the rest of the area is generally pretty residential. These are a few views looking into the site. So as you can see, there is one undeveloped parcel that is the RX3 parcel, and then the developed parcel includes an office building that is currently being used by the St. Augustine Community Development Corporation as an office building, and that's zoned OX3 with conditions. So both of these again are being requested to be rezoned to NX3, an urban limited frontage and conditions. Just one zoning condition with this case: the following uses are prohibited: bar, nightclub, tavern, and lounge. And this is a table just showing you a summary of what changes are being requested. So the density would be increased, the residential density, and the way I broke it down here was to show what the residential density would be for just the OX parcel and just the RX3 parcel. But the takeaway here is that the density on both sites would be increased should the request be approved. And the reason being, there were some conditions on the OX3 parcel that limited the uses. Those conditions are not being carried over in this request, so that would allow for greater density, as well as an increase in units, and then you would see some changes in the setbacks, and those changes in the setbacks are mostly due to the application of the urban limited frontage, which allows for a 0-foot or a 20-foot setback from the front and the side streets. And then the summary is showing an increase in density in the office and the retail that would be permitted on the site. And again, this is in part due to removing the zoning conditions on the OX parcel that would allow for greater office as well as greater retail. And then the change from RX to NX would also increase the amount of permitted retail on the site. Little more detailed than some of the slides, but this is showing that there is bus service in the area. And I will also point out that there is bus rapid transit planning that is going on, but it's a bit of a ways out that will be going down Newbern. So that's to come in the sort of longer term future, but the area is fairly well served by transit. In terms of the affordability analysis, it adds housing. There are no subsidized units, permit smaller. I apologize, that slide should not have, that slide was a mistake. Thank you. And again, the request is to rezone to NX3 conditional use with an urban limited frontage. It's consistent with future land use map designation for neighborhood mixed use. The urban limited frontage is also consistent. I mentioned bus rapid transit, and as you can see on the urban form map, that's also a nod to that. So this is in a core transit area, which suggests that an urban frontage would be an appropriate application for a mixed use site. It's consistent with comprehensive plan as well as future land use map and the urban form map. It's consistent with policies generally related to capitalizing on transit, compact development, adding housing to the area, frontage guidance that's consistent, as well as design guidelines. And they're mostly things related to creating a walkable area. It's inconsistent with policy related to conserving, enhancing, and revitalizing neighborhoods, as it may pose a bit of a change to the existing character in the area. There are no outstanding issues. Deadline for action is December 21st, 2020, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. Next, we will hear from James Montague representing the applicant and all those in support of 10 minutes to speak.
Oh, thank you, Chairman Matt, and we appreciate you guys giving us the opportunity to talk about the development. Ms. Patty, if you're on, this is your part, could you talk a little bit about this? Patty Brown is on.
Good morning, and thank you so much for allowing us to address you today. This is a project for the from the Community Development Corporation of St. Augustine's University, and we're calling it a neighborhood culture change. Next slide, please. We were recently contacted by a community activist with regards to concerns about the rezoning of 309 and 311 North Tarboro Street for the purpose of constructing a mixed-use facility. The major concerns were that the culture of the neighborhood would change. So the rezoning site, as has already been mentioned, sits between Newbern Avenue and Oakwood Avenue near the entrance of St. Augustine's University. So we want to share with you, next slide, please. To get the neighborhood involved in this process, we actually did a survey in September of 2019 to find out what the residents in the community felt. We did a survey to find out what goods and services they thought could help benefit their quality of life in the community. And what's listed here were dental office, physical therapy, restaurants, food bank, retail stores, financial groups, nail salons, and youth and family services. Next slide, please. This is what the community looks like now. These buildings sit on the same street that adjacent to the area that we want to have rezoned, and the house in the back with the tarp on it sits at the far end of the area where we want to have rezoned. Okay, next slide. Right across the street is what is a facility that is under renovation now. by the St. Augustine's University, and it is a public health center that will be used for the neighborhood as well as for the students at St. Augustine's. Next slide. So the CDC has partnered with the city for a while now in bringing about a culture change in the neighborhood. These are some of the homes that we have built in the East College Park area, which is all encompassing of the area that we want to do the mixed use facility with. Okay. Next slide. These are just some examples of how the building could possibly look. We have not had any designs made up yet, but with what we want to do, these examples are similar. And the development that you see at the bottom is one that has been that was done by James Montague, who will be speaking to you briefly. Okay. Just a little bit about the St. Augustine's University Development Corporation. It's a 501c3 organization initially established in 1997 and has become a vital organization in the revitalization of African American neighborhoods and for building advanced energy efficient homes. The CDC holds firm to its mission of promoting community and economic development initiatives and to help develop an environment whereby families can live, work, and play in a stable, safe, and great community. In 2017, the CDC was selected by the City of Raleigh as one of the builders for the East College Park redevelopment project. The CDC is grateful to the City of Raleigh for the opportunity to build affordable homes in a developing diverse community. I do want to add that we have received written support for the project should we be approved from Harvey and Associates. Marshall Harvey is the founder of the St. Augustine's University CDC, and he wholeheartedly support this project. And we also received written correspondence from a member of the neighborhood, Nick Meeker, who also is writing to support the Community Development Corporation proposal for rezoning of Z3820. The next slide is for James.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Patty. And thank you, Commission, for hearing us out today. Long story short, I know we're short on time, but we are a community development company, and we focus on building quality, affordable housing, as well as commercial space. And this is just an ideal area that could act as a kind of stimulus to increase not only values in the community, but also gives the local people and the kids that go to the college students an opportunity to see development going up that they can take advantage of and frequent the places and workforce housing, just something that could enhance the community and benefit the residents. And, that's pretty much what we're trying to do. So we're open for any questions or suggestions at this point.
Okay, great. Well, thank you both. We appreciate that. And there's no one else signed up to speak from the community on this, so we'll bring it back to the table. And I'd like to open it up for commissioners to ask any questions or comments for staff or for the applicant. Sorry, hit the wrong button, so I guess I can't see everybody with the, okay, there we go. All right, now I can see everybody. Does anyone have any questions or comments they'd like to start off with? Commissioner Hicks.
I have a very basic question. From the presentation, the survey that was sent out gave feedback that there was general support for this project. I was just curious about the neighborhood meetings, if there was any feedback that could be shared with us from the 2 neighborhood meetings.
Okay, I guess that's a question for the applicant. Do you have any updates from the neighborhood meetings?
Ms. Brown?
The letter,
Go ahead, Ms. Brown.
okay, thank you. Yes, the letter from the resident Meeker is a follow-up from the second meeting that we had. We had the 2 required meetings, of course, and the first meeting, we learned so much as to what the community really wanted, and that was how we came up with the one condition of having no bars, taverns, or things like that that would not improve the community, but perhaps make it worse. So yes, we had attendance at both meetings. We took all of their wishes into consideration. And again, that was how we came up with that one condition of not having, again, the bars, the taverns, and those type things. They use colorful language that I won't use, but we were pleased to to take all of their interests into consideration. The second meeting mostly was concerned about parking, but we were able to explain that parking would be in the rear of the facility, and basically that was it. The second meeting was concern for parking.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Winters.
Thank you. First, let me say how excited I am about this project with the property owned by St. Aug and being developed by St. Aug for the benefit of St. Aug and the community. I'm really excited about that. I think it's a worthwhile endeavor. So kudos to you for that. I'm just really excited about that. The second part, just curious, you said there was an activist that had an opposing point. I think I may have missed what the opposing idea was. Can you explain that to me? Forgive me if you said it, but I didn't hear it.
James, you want to address that?
Sure. The activist had the opposing point because she felt like the only thing that should be developed there would be just 100% affordable housing. And, they wanted us to rent units, and I don't know how you would do it for $200 per month. And they said they would not support the project. The one person said they wouldn't support the project unless you could rent the units for $200 a month. And, that just won't work. I don't even know where you could rent anything in Raleigh, if not North Carolina, for $200 per month for a 1 to 2 bedroom unit. So that was that person's major objective, but it was really nothing else. It was really nothing else they could really say about it. Mm-hmm. Did I miss something, Ms. Patty?
No, I think you're on point with it.
So there's no way we can make that person happy. It's just they won't be happy. Nobody will make that person happy.
Yeah. I do want to add, prior to the sudden demise of St. Augustine's president, Dr. McPhail, we had had 2 meetings to discuss, things that were going on, and he was on board with the project because we want to work, with the university and possibly being available to have housing for upper class students if by chance that need arises with the university.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Miller.
I noticed that there are current conditions related to these parcels that would be removed, including that currently there are conditions that limit the hours of operation from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. and that also limit off-street parking or prohibit that between the building and the street, among others. And I know that Commissioners McIntosh and Winters we addressed some of these issues on a previous zoning case today. And so I wanted to know if there was any consideration about continuing to keep the current zoning conditions that are currently on this parcel for limiting the hours of operation from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. or the street parking, the off-street parking.
Chair Tomasulo, if I may make a staff comment.
Okay.
The condition limiting the parking between the building and the street is retained by virtue of offering an urban limited frontage, so that would not be permitted. I would like to allow the applicant to speak to the hours of operation. That's not addressed.
James?
Okay. Yeah, so the hours of operation, we wouldn't, that was one of the things that the neighbors had mentioned. They wouldn't want us to be, open all night. So we were trying to move those hours from like 8 until maybe 11. And then everything would need to shut down by 11. And that was actually one of the problems they had with the taverns and bars. They wouldn't want people coming, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, making a lot of noise and ruckus. So, from 8 until 11, we wouldn't have a problem putting that condition on if that was possible. What do you think, Ms. Brown?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that included, they talked about, the loud noise, the music, the loud noise and all those kinds of things. And we certainly did not want that to be, to be a hindrance for us.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Winters.
Thank you. One thing I would like to say is more so my standing question, almost like a hashtag, where are the dumpsters? With this, I know this is not a site plan necessarily, but I would like to know or give any idea of exactly where the dumpsters are going to go in terms of visibility to everything else. Would it be cumbersome to the neighbor beside you or anything like that? Basically, that is nicely tucked away, so it's not necessarily a distraction. Do you have any information on that?
Sure, I can speak to that. The dumpster would be around the back. You actually wouldn't see it. There's a designated alleyway going all the way from Lane Street to Oakwood, and the dumpster would be around that area. It would be totally hidden. And that's a very good point. So it's totally hidden. You won't be able to see that from either street, from Tarboro or from Lane Street.
Uh-huh.
Okay, thank you. I guess I have a follow-up question for staff. Are there any screening requirements for things like that at site plan?
I can look. I don't have that question at the ready. I can look and provide an answer probably the next minute or so.
This is Travis. I can answer that question for you. The code does require screening of dumpster enclosures. That's automatically included in the code.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Winters?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think did Commissioner Bennett have a question first? Forgive me. Just something else, just to clarify with what you said, the restrictions that you did put on bars, taverns, and the like to be disruptive. Also, I'll say, for me, the sensitivity in the community, would that also prohibit pawn shops, adult establishments? Is that also a part of the prohibited usage? I'll say this, my concern, I'm sorry to interrupt, I'll say this, because if the property is ever sold, that condition has not been established. So it may be a good idea to write out, because currently you own it and you know what your intent is, but if it's not prohibited, if it were to be sold, what is not prohibited could be used.
Yeah, may I speak to that, Sarah? Are you
I can provide a staff response if the chair would like me to proceed with that.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Pawn shops are not a permitted use in the NX district. The same is true for adult establishments. So that would be a duplication of code to offer that as a condition.
Thank you.
And that was actually one of the things that we wanted to take away from that zoning, but when she told us that it wasn't allowable anyway, we just didn't put it up there. I think there was pawn shops, what are the things? The day labor places, different things like that wouldn't enhance the community. Those were uses that we wanted to write restricted from the area, but she said that they were not allowable anyway, so we couldn't. There was no need to put it up there. We were redundant.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lampman?
This is just to confirm. I think that you want the new zoning designation because it allows you to get a higher density of housing on the site. And so I believe that the primary intent is housing. Are you thinking of any retail on the ground floor or anything like that?
Yes. We were thinking about space on the ground floor, maybe 4 spaces for lease for community-run businesses on the ground floor, things like, sub shop and places that the students could frequent, so they wouldn't have to walk all the way up to New Bern Avenue and Edenton Street to grab a bite to eat, and also 2 stories of residential on the top, workforce housing. So yeah, commercial on the bottom floor, residential on the top 2 floors.
Thank you. One more follow-up, I guess, from Commissioner Lampman.
Yeah, so just to confirm that these are, you said workforce housing, they're not going to be dormitories?
Oh, no. No.
Okay, perfect. Is that one of the conditions? I'm sorry if I missed that.
It is not. At least the condition that I'm looking at is the following uses are prohibited: bar, nightclub, tavern, lounge.
Just as a thought for the community, would that be of interest? I know, because sometimes student housing can be viewed very differently from workforce housing.
I think that that's up to the applicant. I saw Commissioner Bennett's hand.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo Commissioner Winter's comment that it's really nice to see this type of development. I appreciate seeing development coming from within the community to address community needs. And it seems like they've been very thoughtful about proposing something that will enhance the community. And I just appreciate the effort, the communication with the neighborhood, and it's just very nice to see.
Thank you.
Is that a motion?
Thank you.
All right.
Well, I'll leave that to Commissioner Fox.
Commissioner, and I guess I did have one administrative question for staff. If the applicant wanted to add something like hours, more so for us, our knowledge base, is that more of a, I forget the actual terminology that I've heard used previously, but I know that some adjustments to conditions can be done administratively versus having to be resubmitted, and I just didn't know where that threshold is, just so that us as commissioners have context of that.
The general language in the UDO is for technical revisions, so things that don't change the policy or substantive content of the condition, but maybe clarify the language, are permissible.
So would this be, would hours of operation be technical? Is that a no?
That's an entirely new condition that's not in the case right now.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Bennett.
But if it's prohibited by the zoning, why would they need to put a condition specifying it?
For me personally, I was just asking for context. Just for context.
They would only need a condition if they were proposing something more restrictive than the code standard.
Okay, and the code standard is, it sounded like they were being consistent with the code standard?
Well, I mean, they have to be consistent with the code standard.
Right. So, okay, I'm just trying to understand why they would need to do a separate condition.
There's a condition on the case today, or a condition on the zoning today. I'm not sure exactly what date that dates to. And the question was raised as to whether or not an hours of operation condition was needed. There are limitations on hours of operation in the annex district for certain uses. And if that's status, if the general sense of the commission is that provides satisfactory protection, then there is no need to add an additional condition to the case.
Okay. So they would only need a condition if we were asking them to be more restrictive than what is already required by the code.
That's correct. The UDO already draws a distinction between the annex district and other commercial districts because it's more commonly mapped in a close proximity to neighborhoods.
Okay.
Than say CX, which would be for larger sites. Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Miller.
So to clarify, for the hour of operation restrictions, is that already included in the code in NX districts, or would that need to be offered as a new condition to this case?
I believe, based on what Mr. Bauer said, that NX districts have more neighborly restrictions on hours.
Essentially what there is in the NX district is a provision that you have to provide a full complement of parking if you're going to operate outside of certain hours. And because this is an urban limited district, you can put a restaurant on the ground floor without any parking at all. And the parking requirements for a restaurant are quite high, and the site is quite small. So the practical import is that it would be unlikely you could put a restaurant in this mixed-use building and park the whole building if you didn't take advantage of the parking exception that the urban limited district gives you. And as a result, for this type of site, you don't really it's the hours of operation restriction would be in effect because they can't meet the parking requirements without taking advantage of the exception that you get in the urban limited frontage when you abide by the hours of operation restriction. I hope that was somewhat clear. It's tied to parking, but it'll effectively enforce the hours of operation on the site.
Commissioner Winter?
Maybe it will be helpful if what are the hours with the designation? Maybe it'll be helpful.
And just so we're clear, we're comfortable with the current hours. I guess it was 8 to 10 p.m.
Okay.
Well,
I think that Mr. Bowers is confused.
Yeah, sorry. So in an urban frontage, restaurants have to provide a full complement of parking if they extend their hours past 11 p.m.
Okay.
And that would be a parking ratio of one space per 150 square feet or per 5 seats in the restaurant, whichever is greater.
Okay, thank you very much. Pulling it back to the table. Commissioner Fox?
Based on that interpretation and the inherent protections in the NX district, and also the list that the applicant provided for the types of services that the community is looking for and what they plan on providing, it's highly unlikely that grab and go or personal services are open past that time. And there are restrictions for a large format restaurant there. I'm comfortable moving this one forward as it's consistent with the comp plan and the flume. Am I seeing nods? Okay. Oh, Commissioner Winters.
Commissioner Winters, was that a question? Or?
Oh, I was going to, was that a motion? I was getting ready. I was getting ready to second, so I'm ready after you. All right. Motion to approve Z3820 as it is reasonable and in the public interest and consistent with the comprehensive plan policies related to compact development, capitalizing on transit access, pedestrian-friendly development, and zoning for housing.
And a second? Commissioner Winters?
Yes.
Second. All right, so there is a motion and a second. So now, Janitha, if you would please take the vote.
Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Commissioner Hicks?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman?
Aye.
Commissioner Mann?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver?
Aye.
Chair Tomasulo?
Aye.
Commissioner Winters?
Aye.
All right, thank you, everyone. Case number Z3820 passes unanimously, 10-0. And thank you for your participation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
All right, you the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we are moving on to item F5, which is case number Z4120. This request is to rezone approximately 6 acres of land from planned development to R10 conditional use. To R10 conditional use. Sorry, that caught me. Maybe because it's, I guess I want to pause here for a second. It's, I lost track of the time. It's 12:12 right now. Do we have enough people who are able to stick around for the remainder of this? I've already had one person reach out and say that they have to leave shortly. I can't see everyone right now.
Chair Tomasulo, this is CJ. I have a hard stop at 12:30 today.
Okay. Do want to respect everyone's time. So just, I do know that we have had applicants and general public on the line. So if people can stick around, it'd be great to kind of work through it, hopefully by 1. But just wanted to, okay, it looks like we're good to keep going. And if you just have to step off, then you have to step off as long as we have quorum. So Hannah Reckow will present on behalf of city staff.
Good afternoon. So as was mentioned, this is case C4120 on ACC Boulevard. The request is to rezone approximately 5.78 acres from land development and residential 10 conditional use to residential 10 conditional use district. The deadline for action is January 25th. So for some context, the site is located in northwest Raleigh, just north of the interchange of I-540 and Route 70, Glenwood Avenue. To the west is the Briar Creek Shopping Center. There are some residential uses along ACC Boulevard to the north and the west, and then farther down ACC Boulevard to the east are some office and industrial uses. So the next slide will show a close-up of the site. It is 2 parcels that are currently undeveloped and partially forested. You can see it backs up to the north and east to a townhome development. There's some views from ACC Boulevard. I can see again that it's undeveloped and forested. Next slide. There's one condition associated with the request, and that it would require a 10-foot planted buffer along the eastern property boundary between the site and the adjacent townhome development. So under existing zoning, one parcel is in part of the Alexander Place plan development, and the other is part of the R10 conditional use district that's shared with that adjacent townhome development. So the plan development specifies this area for office use, but would also allow commercial uses like retail. It also would permit residential as long as it was established at no less than 15 units per acre. So the requested district would have a cap at 10 dwelling units per acre, and it would represent a total reduction of units and number of uses permitted on the site. Next slide. The site is designated as moderate density residential on the future land use map with a public parks and open space designation along the stream to the west. The R10 request is consistent with moderate density residential. Site is located in a city growth center, which would typically recommend a zoning frontage. The request, however, is for a residential district, which frontage cannot be applied to, so it is neither consistent nor inconsistent with that designation. Overall, the request is consistent with the 2030 comprehensive plan, including the future land use map. In addition to the future land use map, for the next slide, is also consistent with a handful of policies, including those related to compatible infill development and location of residential uses outside of the 60 daily decibel contour area near the airport. The site is within the 65 daily decibel area. There's one inconsistent policy that relates to the decrease in potential residential units on the site. So that is the end of staff presentation. Again, deadline for action is January 25th.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Isabel Maddox representing the applicant. Those in support have 10 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon. This is Isabel Maddox. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm here on behalf of Blue Hill Development today, the prospective developer of this property. First, I want to introduce our team, which is on the line. We have Julie Gavigan and Whit Cozart of Blue Hill Development, and Jonathan Allen of NV5, our civil engineer. As Hannah indicated, this case is to rezone 5.78 acres to an R10 designation. We're proposing a fairly low density townhouse development. There's significant streams, lots of topo, and there'll be substantial buffers between this development and adjoining sites. The reason for this rezoning is actually to reduce density. The site is comprised of two parcels, one of which is in the Alexander Place, that's 3.58 acres master plan, and the other 2.2 acres is zoned R10. If you'll go to my exhibits 2, which shows an aerial of this, and then exhibit 3, which shows the zoning. You can see the zoning in the area. The master plan dates back to the year 2000. Many of the parcels within that Alexander Place have been rezoned, as your staff report indicates. And the staff report also indicates that there are no unfulfilled requirements of the master plan that we would be abandoning by pulling out of this master plan. The important thing here is that this particular property was designated to have a minimum residential density of 15 units to the acre. And we really cannot achieve that kind of density on this site. Under the existing zoning, with no rezoning, we probably build about 74 units. Under this zoning, our maximum would be about 57 units, and we don't even really intend that many. The FLUM designates this property, that's exhibit 4, as moderate density residential, which would allow 14 units to the acre. That would result of around 80 units. Again, the urban form map also shows us as a city growth center, which encourages density. But here we're proposing a lower density with maximum 10 units per acre. And why are we proposing this low amount? It's because of the many challenges on this site. First of all, there's significant topographical change across the site. And then there's a major Duke transmission line across the front of the site. If we go to the site plan, which I think is Exhibit 7 in our package, if you can scroll forward to that. Yeah, you'll see that that orange that runs along ACC Boulevard is a major Duke Energy transmission line. And that's one of our challenges. It also keeps us from doing an urban frontage as the urban form map would want us to do. Also, as you can see in the green, there's a stream back there. There's major buffers. There's also a city of Raleigh utility easement back there. The nice thing about the green is it provides a nice buffer from most of our adjoining uses. But it does keep us from maximizing the density. And we do propose where that green part ends on the eastern side, we do propose to extend the buffer down to the edge of the property line to buffer the adjoining townhome site. So we do think a lower density townhome community will be perfect in this location. We're surrounded by other townhouses and apartments. There's transit close by, and there's also walkable retail. We have had 2 neighborhood meetings. There were not a lot of attendees at those meetings. The major issues there were traffic and road safety, but we're actually reducing the traffic here. And if you saw in your staff report, the trip generation, this proposal would result in a reduction of 408 daily trips from the current entitlement, and also peak hour reductions of 24 trips in the morning and 32 in the afternoon. So in conclusion, we think this is a good zoning proposal for the neighborhood, compatible with the area, consistent with the comprehensive plan, and it does reduce the intensity and the traffic here. Our whole team is available for any questions you might have. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. There's one member of the public signed up to speak on this matter. And they will have 2 minutes to speak. So Ray, when you're ready, you can go ahead and start.
I have Karen or Peter Rivera. Are you there? They're unmuted, but I'm not hearing anything. Send them a message.
You were in touch with them previously?
I don't think they were in the meeting when we did mic checks earlier.
Okay. Maybe if you're able to maybe give them a call, if you have their contact information, then we can continue discussion.
Yep, I'll try to reach out to them. I'll let you know when I have.
Great, thank you. All right, with that, I'd like to bring it back to the table for any initial questions or comments for staff or the applicant. Anything? Commissioner Hicks.
I saw in the report that there had been, I guess, a condition or a note to call out the proximity to a 65 decibel area. And I was wondering if the applicant could speak to why they're not including that in this, and if that's something they would consider adding back in.
I think Ms. Hicks was asking about the airport sound areas where I couldn't hear her very well. Well, there is an airport overlay that's not far from this property, but this is not within the airport overlay. So normally, if you're in the airport overlay, residential density is prohibited, or unless you go to the airport and get an navigation allow a navigation easement that basically acknowledges that there's an airport there and it's going to be flying planes over your site. This is not in the overlay, however, so we didn't think there was any need for that here. I think our decibel level, I think you have to be within the 65 decibel level range, 65 and over. Now I think we were like at the 60, if I remember correctly.
Okay, thank you. Ray, were you able to connect with anyone?
Not yet. Travis is trying to call them now.
Okay. Commissioner Fox.
Question for the applicant, possibly your civil engineer, if they're still on the line. Does this proposed development in the floodway fringe, or can somebody on staff also speak to the applicability of stormwater regulations that we're going to be seeing very soon?
Well, our engineer can probably answer your question about whether we propose any development in the flowway fringe. I do not think we do, but Mr. Allen, I hope is still on the line. Jonathan? That's Jonathan Allen.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, there is floodplain along the back of the site. We will be staying out of the floodplain area as part of the development. And we will be, addressing all of Raleigh's stormwater requirements.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
All right, I believe we have the Riveras now.
Okay, great. Then we'll go ahead and reset the time clock for 2 minutes. And open it back up to the Riveras to speak.
Yes. Hello?
Yes. Hello, ma'am.
Hi, this is Karen Rivera. I'm a resident on ACC Boulevard. And I just wanted to express my concern with regards to the rezoning application for the townhomes that are looking to be put in on ACC Boulevard just down the road from me. It's not that I oppose the townhomes. What I do oppose is the fact that there's no traffic impact analysis required. I understand based on city guidelines that it is not required based on the number of units. However, in the past few years of living there, we have had 2 additional apartment complexes open within that 1 mile radius of residential area. And as a conglomerate or as a whole, adding 50-something new units or 60-something new units will add that much more traffic to a boulevard that's already pretty much at capacity with regards to rush hours and also being used as a thoroughfare and cut through from Glenwood Avenue over to Leesville Road. So we have a really high amount of traffic as it is.
Okay. Thank you very much for that input. I'll now bring it back to the table for any additional questions or comments. I know on my end, it appears that this is, as the applicant said, the best of my ability reviewing the application and staff report is that it actually is lowering the permitted intensity on site and makes honestly more sense with the stream buffers and the utility easement. It seems a little bit more reasonable for the topo buffers and easements.
Thank
Thank you. I agree with you, Chair Thomasula. I take this road almost every day, and traffic is a concern. That curve right there where this is being built is a dicey curve, but it does seem that, this proposal would reduce the traffic that could be permitted there. Maybe this is one of those situations like Buffalo Road where we just need to see, not necessarily for this case, but in general, like a comprehensive traffic analysis, because there is a lot of development on ACC Boulevard, and there's a lot of traffic. There's a lot of cut through, people diverting off of 540 to use that street, and I don't think it was built to handle the amount of traffic that is there. Having said that, it does seem like this proposal would reduce what could already be built there. So I'm not opposed to this based on the traffic. I'm just acknowledging that traffic is definitely a concern on this road.
Okay, thank you. With that, would anyone like to entertain a motion? Commissioner Fox.
Motion to approve Z4120 as it is reasonable and in the public interest, consistent with the comprehensive plan, specifically policies related to compact development and infill development.
Commissioner Hicks.
A second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Janitha, if you could go ahead and take the vote.
Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Commissioner Hicks?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman?
Aye.
Is Commissioner Mann still with us? Commissioner Mann?
I think you can step away.
All right. Commissioner McIntosh?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller?
She had to step away as well.
Okay. Commissioner O'Haver?
Aye.
Chair Thomasula?
Aye.
Commissioner Winters?
Aye.
All right, thank you, everybody. Case number Z4120 passes unanimously 8-0. We're now moving on to our final case for the day. Item F6, case number Z4220. This is a request to rezone approximately a couple acres. It's missing in my report. 4.9 acres of land from residential mixed use 3 stories to residential mixed use 7 stories, parking limited conditional use. Sarah Ellis will present on behalf of city staff.
Good morning again. I won't repeat that introduction. Thank you for that, Chair Thomasula. So the summary was stated, and I will just acknowledge that the Planning Commission deadline for action for this case is January 25th, 2021. The site is located in the Cameron Village area. As you can see on that orange outline, it's at the intersection of Cameron and Bellwood Streets and Clark and Bellwood Drive. The area where you see commercial on the left side of the property, that is the Cameron Village Shopping Center. And then the area where you see parks and open space, that's an undeveloped piece of parkland. It's owned by Parks and Rec. They do not have a plan in place to develop it, so it's essentially an undeveloped forested area owned by the city. And then just sort of surrounding it, there is a variety of varying densities of residential uses that you can also see on this map as well. So these are a couple views looking into the site. As I noted previously, the site has 3 intersections, so this is just demonstrating the varied views looking into the site. That is it. So there are a handful of conditions, and I'll walk you through those. The first is prohibiting various uses. They are, generally speaking, Group living is prohibited and listed out specifically here, as well as things like cemetery, school, overnight lodging, parking as a principal use, and outdoor sports and entertainment facilities. The building height is limited to 6 stories. Thank you. And then there's some conditions relating to the facade as well as prohibition of vinyl siding. The conditions also require a plaza that should be a minimum of 3,000 square feet and has some conditions as to the type of landscaping. On-site parking between the building and the street is limited to temporary drop-off, and that is also limited to no more than 12 spaces. And then structured parking is limited as well, and there will be 2 dog waste stations provided. The current zoning is RX3. The request is to rezone to RX7 with the parking limited frontage and conditions. And I will note it says RX7. However, there was a condition provided limiting the height to no more than 6 stories. This will increase the residential density as looking at more than doubling it. So from a current about 30 units per acre to about 80 units per acre. We have some rough estimates as to the existing zoning, which is 153 units allowed today, could be increased to about 408. And then there will be some minor changes to the setback. And I'll just speak to that 5 foot or 100 foot. That is a virtue of the parking limited frontage that it allows for either setback. So there is a range in which the building could be placed. And that's because of the application of the parking limited frontage. And then the office and retail square feet will remain the same, as they are simply requesting to increase the height and then adding parking limited frontage and conditions. So the request is consistent with the future land use map designation of high density residential that considers apartment building types to be an appropriate use in this area with limited retail, which is what's being requested. It is also, the parking limited frontage is consistent with the urban form designations on the site. So as you can see, there's a transit emphasis corridor on Cameron Street that takes a turn down Bellwood Drive, and then an urban thoroughfare on Clark Avenue. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan as well as the future land use map and the urban form map, as you saw on the previous slide. Consistent with policies related to future land use map, compact development, housing variety, zoning for housing, simply because it would mark a significant increase in the amount of housing permitted on the site. And the ancillary retail uses are that it's an appropriate amount of retail in a high density residential area, as it's limited by RX. Other consistent policies include gathering spaces, which is related to a condition offering gathering spaces that is more restrictive than code, as well as design guidelines. And the APCH2 is the area plan for the Cameron Hillsborough small area plan study that was completed, and it's also consistent with improving and expanding park and open space, and that is by virtue of that condition that you saw previously to offer a larger amount of open space than is required by the code. The request is inconsistent with frontage. That is because the frontage being offered differs from the frontage on the neighboring properties, as well as area plan Cameron Village, Hillsborough, policy 6, guide to future zoning. And that policy is stating that the height should be consistent with what is there today, and the height being requested is higher than what that policy would recommend. There are no outstanding issues. The deadline for action is January 25th, 2021, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we will hear from Jamie Schwedler, representing the applicant.
Thank you, Chair Tomasulo and members of the Commission. I'm Jamie Schwedler here with Camden Living, the applicant in this matter. I'm at 301 Fayetteville Street with Parker Poe, and we do have a short presentation. The team is also on the line, but given the late hour, I'd like to just summarize and leave some time for questions. Sarah did a great and very efficient job of summarizing this request, so I'll try not to be too repetitive. Next slide, please. This site was a 55-unit condominium complex adjacent to Cameron Village and built in the 1940s. After significant repairs and deferred maintenance for the complex was discovered, the owners collectively sought to sell, and Camden purchased the property in January of this year. The site is currently zoned RX3, as Sarah noted. Next slide, please. but is surrounded on 3 sides by 5- and 7-story designations. As you see there in the red, most of Cameron Village is zoned RX5, with the Berkshire in the corner going up to 7 stories, and the Kipdale apartments at Cameron and Smallwood are RX7 across the street to the east there in the orange on your page. By right, this RX3 designation allows for multifamily development with 3 stories, but due to the topography in the site, which has a low point in the interior behind Cameron Village Library, we would be allowed to have a 4th-story condition as a basement without increasing our designation. So essentially, we'd be allowed to build a 3-4 split today. We're seeking the RX7 designation, but have a condition limiting us to 6 stories, and I'll talk about that in just a second. Next slide, please. This designation is consistent with the future land use map, which calls for the high density residential and states that RX is an appropriate district. The site is noted in the yellow star with the HDR description below, which notes that apartments and condominiums were contemplated at heights of 5 to 12 stories. So our 7-story designation is in the center there. Next slide, please. It's also consistent with the zoning policy guidance in the small area plan, which began its process in 2015, and the Cameron Village and Hillsborough Street small area plan was adopted in February 2018. The zoning guidance adopted for the site was based on neighborhood engagement and feedback at the time, and that arrived at an RX5 designation. But what's significant about the timing is that at the time that this small area plan was passed, the UDO allowed an additional story for grades sloping back from the street. So zoning at that time seeking RX5 would have allowed for a 5-6 split, so 5 stories on one side of the building and 6 on another. But before this particular zoning was filed, the code changed, and an extra story counts now as an additional story. So that same building today would have to be an RX7 conditioned down to 6. And so that's what we've done here, conditioned our site down to 6 stories so it's consistent with the scale and character that the small area planning effort evidenced for this site. That plan also called for sidewalk improvements on Cameron and Clark, and additional community space, which we provided, which will be provided with the development as reflected in some of those conditions. As the staff report notes, we are also consistent with the comprehensive plan, specifically the transit emphasis corridors, so that the transit policies of the comp plan support residential density and accommodation of additional housing units in a compact land use pattern. The site also has higher than average transit and walk scores, making this an area where density is encouraged and alternative means of travel are readily possible. Next slide, please. Sarah did a great job in highlighting these conditions. I just note that we've been in meetings with stakeholder groups on this project for over a year and have incorporated conditions in response to that feedback. You'll see the kind of the standard prohibited uses in the first condition. The 6-story height limit was really key in some of our discussions and why, and the reasons I just described with respect to the small area plan. We envision the majority of the development would be actually 4 to 5 stories along Clark, and 5 along Cameron. But as the site slopes significantly along Bellwood, the building would kind of step up as you go along with that topography. However, our overall plan looks that that 6 height condition would mean the maximum height or highest point on our property would be roughly the same height as the Cameron Village Library height today. And we don't envision that being a solid facade along Bellwood. There would be punctuations in the building to provide for some substantial community gathering areas. So even though those heights are a 6 designation, it's not going to be 6 consistent throughout the site or along the facades. Condition number 3 notes the commitment to higher quality building materials in response to neighbors' concerns of how the building would look and feel. Condition number 4 contains the minimum of the one plaza. We wanted to contain, include a minimum of 30,000 square feet and some descriptions about what that plaza would contain to give some predictability to the neighbors who very much see this as a walkable part of the neighborhood and want that to remain an amenity. We heard a lot about walkability, and we also heard a lot about dog walking, and that's where you see the dog waste stations, which were included for neighbor feedback. The condition 5 talks a little bit about the on-site parking between the buildings and the street and the structured parking. The parking limited frontage was included after discussions with staff and at staff's suggestion, but the intent there is really to wrap the buildings around the parking deck so that the buildings themselves sort of screen the parking. We don't have a large parking deck at the front of Clark or any of the major streets. And so we also included some limited on-street parking, but the majority of the site will be parked in a structured wrapped parking deck. I know that there were some questions and I'd like to reserve some time for questions by the Planning Commission and any neighbors that would like to speak. But in sum, we believe we're consistent with the comprehensive plan, the significant amount of work that went into the small area plan, and we've included conditions with specifically respect to height in order to match that character and the expectations of the community. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. There is, I believe, one person signed up to speak. Is that correct, Ray? From the general public?
Yes, that's what I have.
Excuse me?
Yes, that's what I have.
Okay.
Jennifer Olson.
Great. Then we can go ahead and have them speak.
Good afternoon. I've lived at 917 West Johnson Street in Cameron Park for over 15 years. I fear that the Z4220 rezoning would have very serious negative ramifications for Cameron Park and our surrounding neighborhoods. I oppose this rezoning. I'd like to share 4 points for you to consider. Number 1, inconsistency. The rezoning would be increased from RX3 to RX7. This is inconsistent with the height guidance of the Cameron Village Hillsborough Street Area Plan, which is designated RX5. Cameron Park participated in drafting the area plan, and while concerned about increasing size and density of structures in that area, we ultimately supported the increase to scale to only RX5. That's 5 stories, not 6, as the applicant mentioned. This current rezoning request is inconsistent with the area plan's policy guide for future zoning. Number 2, density. The RX7 would be much taller than nearby buildings and would dramatically change the character of that section of Cameron Village, Cameron Park. The proposed project is extremely dense at 400 apartment units. The majority of the nearby developments are RX3 or RX5, including the Raleigh apartments across the road, RX3. The senior apartments are in RX7, but they have been there a long time. This is out of character with the city's comprehensive plan for this neighborhood area and increases density from 31 units per acre to 83 units per acre. Number 3, traffic. The proposed project would add to the already congested traffic on P Street and Park Avenue, which are both 2 lanes. There are no city plans to expand these streets to support the increased traffic from 400-unit apartment complex. I request the city to conduct a traffic impact analysis before considering the rezoning case. Final point, stormwater flooding. The city's staff evaluation of the project does not include the increase of stormwater runoff on its impact to Pigeon House Creek. Myself and a number of neighbors on Johnson Peace and Park Drive have had flooding in the last 2 years, not even with named storms. The downward slope of Smallwood Road runs water directly into these streets, Edna Metz Park, and the creek. I would like the applicant and city to comment on how they will respond to the increased stormwater runoff, its impact on the creek in our neighborhood, and I urge the Planning Commission to deny this rezoning request. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we will now bring it back to the table. And I guess 2 main things that I heard, I guess, were traffic and stormwater that we didn't really hear from the applicant. So either maybe from staff or from the applicant, whoever's available to answer that. Is the applicant still, did the applicant have professionals on the line?
We do, Matt. We do have Brian Purdy with us. I'll summarize the traffic and then turn to Brian for the stormwater questions. This, as you might have seen in the staff report, the increase in trips generated by the zoning was not sufficient to trigger a TIA. Our AM peak trips, I believe, were 66, and the PM were closer to 80, neither of which were enough to trigger the formal TIA review. We have, however, in the past met with transportation about the plans for realignment of Smallwood and Bellwood in this area. That was a significant discussion during the small area plan, and the city is still evaluating. My understanding is the city is still evaluating options there, and that'd be something that we would, of course, work with them at site plan to incorporate what our designs with whatever they are planning at that point. But this area, as the commission knows, is in a kind of a central area of the city that does have existing traffic, but this particular proposal is not significant enough to add trips that would trip that study at this stage. If Brian Purdy is on to address the stormwater, I'm happy to turn it over to him, or I can handle that myself if he's not available.
I'm here, happy to speak to it. So thank you, Brian Purdy, Director of Land Planning with McAdams. The site currently today has no stormwater controls on it whatsoever. It was developed before there were any city or state regulations. So any redevelopment of the site clearly has to meet stormwater requirements, which would involve water quality and detention. I certainly know the Planning Commission here has heard a lot about stormwater over the past few weeks. So from that standpoint, this will be an improvement over what is out there today. Also note that the majority of Cameron Village drains through this project to Pigeon Creek as well. So part of the analysis we'll have to do is just kind of making sure that the alignment of that pipe works and that the drainage continues through the site. But with regard to development on the site, it has to be treated and detained, which we believe certainly makes for a better downstream condition.
Okay, thank you. If staff has any other follow-ups, I'd be open to it, but I will bring it back to the table for any initial questions or comments from our fellow commissioners. Commissioner Lampman.
I don't know how deep I can go in the conversation, but this is what we would call the current property is what we would call naturally occurring affordable housing. I think that anything that we put here will essentially eliminate that, for good or for bad. I think it does. I can imagine that the current owners were experiencing a lot of maintenance issues, but can we talk about that process of how everybody got together to sell the site as a whole? That, 153 individual condo owners must have been participating in that. So just wanted a little bit more clarification.
I guess that would be a question for the applicant.
Yes, this is Jamie Schwather. I'm happy to answer that. It's actually 55 condo unit owners that decided to sell. And actually, most of them were investor owners that were renting out the condos to folks, not all of them. But there was, because it's a condominium or was a condominium structure, there were capital repairs that were due from these buildings that, were built in the 40s. And the requirements of the maintenance that would call for them to make those repairs, they decided was too substantial to invest in. And so they collectively got together, hired a broker, and put the property on the market to sell collectively. So all of them basically had to agree to do that, and that the condominium structure would be terminated. And that's what they decided to do. And Camden purchased the site in January of this year. So it wasn't a situation where the developer approached and kind of talked people into selling or kind of approached a seller. It was put on the market and advertised.
Thank you. Commissioner Lampman?
I don't have a good solution. I'm just, as I think through these things, because one of the things that we talk a lot about in other areas of the city is, where investors own the sites and then the renters don't really have a say. And so, again, it's just naturally occurring affordable housing, and it does allow, it provides the opportunity for people to live in this area who might not otherwise have the opportunity. And I'm familiar with the Camden product, and it's a beautiful product, and they're a great management company. But they will, it'll be a significantly different product than what's here right now. And so I just wanted to point that out. I don't know if there's anything to do about it though.
If it helps, I can offer that we did do a market rent study, and we're surprised to find that the rents that were being charged, even in that condition, are very similar to what apartment rents are. So even though it'll be a different product, it won't be a 1940s townhome. It'll be a more modern, efficient apartment. Those rents will still be along the same lines. I guess there's it's difference of I guess the eye of the beholder of what's naturally affordable. But we were surprised to find that those rents were at market when the property was sold. So I think there's some comfort that there's still an option for folks to live in this area at near the same rents if they so choose.
To that point too, I think that is a really valid point, and it's unfortunate if investors are not putting money back in to the project, so that way folks can have a higher standard of living, just repairs. But anyway, these are just areas that I think about often. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Winters.
Okay, thank you. Just in terms of, I just wanted to bring to light that we have received some many emails. I think I counted maybe 26 emails so far about this project. So I don't want residents to think that their comments or their concerns have gone unanswered or unheard or unseen, though they are unable to come and speak here today. That's the first thing. Secondly, there was a question about the stormwater analysis. Are you saying that you're currently about to start one, or where are you with the stormwater analysis?
This is Brian Purdy with McAdams. That's in process. This is not one of the pilot projects where the site plan ASR is submitted concurrently with the rezoning. So we're currently working through that, but certainly know that Ben Brown and the rest of the stormwater staff review that intently from the standpoint of what the downstream impacts are, and then we have to mitigate that by way of the stormwater controls on site. But again, just to reiterate, there are no stormwater controls out there today, so it's a much improved situation over the current condition.
And if I could just follow up on that in terms of timing, that's something that will be required by code that will have to satisfy at site plan. So there are built-in controls in the UDO that require us to make sure that we've mitigated that before we can proceed. And that's something that we'll definitely be happy to have that conversation as we go through the rezoning as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Hicks.
Yes, as a follow-up to that, and I also wanted to reiterate what Commissioner Winters said about that we have received quite a few emails from concerned citizens, and although folks aren't able to be here today to speak in person, that we do read all the emails and take them into consideration. And as a follow-up to the stormwater, that was a theme that I read over and over and over again, and I'm very familiar with this area. I know that when Cameron Village was originally built, it started the stormwater problems because of all of the impervious area that was created by the initial build, and has just continued to get worse and worse. And there's times when the Pigeon House Creek overtakes the banks and floods the properties adjacent to it, and it's a pretty sizable setup. It's an open system that they have, but pretty sizable setup. So for those folks that are really concerned about stormwater, could staff go over what the requirements would be for a site like this, for a project like this, so that we can just have an understanding of what will be required of the applicant if they move forward?
Commissioner Hicks, this is Chaz Webb of Stormwater. I'd be happy to address those concerns. So they'll have to show compliance with UDO 9.2.2 for runoff and nitrogen. There's some impervious out there. They do have that option if they want to offset the impervious, but very unlikely in a development like this. So they'll have to show compliance with the 2 and 10-year storm, and then compliance with nitrogen requirements.
And that's it?
Yes, that's it. Now, of course, if they're doing grading and they're disturbing more than 12,000 square feet, they'll have to show compliance with UDO 9.4 for sediment erosion control. But we don't have any downstream structural flooding, so we can't regulate more than the 2 and 10-year storm.
Okay, but could the applicant provide some provisions, should they choose for, you know, something outside of those requirements, like a 50-year storm, which, yeah, that's.
They can go above and beyond, but that's not what we can't enforce that when we're reviewing this.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Hicks. Other questions or comments? Oh, Commissioner Hicks.
Thanks. I also wanted to address traffic concerns. I know a DIA was not triggered due to the size of the project, but I think this is yet another area where development that's occurred around here is really impacting a street infrastructure that was never designed to take this much traffic. Both the development that's towards the west of Cameron Village has really increased traffic in this area, as well as the development that's happening on P Street near Capitol Boulevard. So there's backup of cars, making it dangerous to sometimes exit the residential areas around here. And so I think, for the record, I'd like it to show that this is yet another area that, although it's not triggering a TIA, it's contributing to a buildup of traffic issues. And we really need to find a way to address this. And I would recommend or ask that we could take some time to review that in Transportation Committee. Because I don't think there's a meeting that we have where this doesn't seem to come up in at least 1 or 2 projects. So clearly it's an issue that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. I believe at some point there was a Peace Street and Clark kind of street front or streetscape project that I thought was connecting Cameron Village to Capitol. Maybe that's a little bit beyond the scope of what it actually is, but is that still in the work?
Commissioner Tosso, this is Jason Myers of Transportation. There was a project known as the P Street West Streetscape Project that was a utility consolidation and a sidewalk improvement project from St. Mary's Street to West Street that was designed by the city, and city council with the last city budget decided to cancel the construction of that project for many reasons. Part of it was the costs had ballooned to well above what had been budgeted for it. In addition, there was some of the improvements that were projected to be done by development fronting that as part of the site plan requirements. But that project has been canceled, or at least put on an indefinite hiatus. But it would not have gone this far west. It was between St. Mary's and West Street. I think if it pleases the commission, I'd like to address some of the questions or concerns about traffic in the area. The traffic measurements that are published by NCDOT do not show an increase of traffic volumes on streets in this area over the last 10 or 15 years. And I'd be happy to provide a link to that web map to the commission in some way or another, maybe email all of you. And you can see what the history of those have been. And that's very aggregate general data, but I've used it before in answering questions. And in general, things have been pretty consistently flat, with the dip during the 2009 recession. And of course, we're experiencing different travel patterns now than we were a year ago because of COVID. The one thing that is in the transportation section of the staff report that is a potential way to address transportation is that this site is about 1/3 of a mile west of the bike share station. And there are bike share stations east of it in the downtown area. And that if the applicant was able to build and install a bike share station as part of their development, that would provide a marginal decrease of vehicle trips we'd expect, provide another option, both for the residents of the future development, but also for other folks who live nearby who might, or work nearby, who might want to walk there just to end the trip by bike share. So I just point that's something that is in your staff report and something that you may want to ask about.
Thank you very much. I guess maybe this is a question for the applicant. Had you talked to staff at all or considered providing a bike share resource?
This is Jamie Schwether. That had not been a big discussion point in our conversations with staff for this area. It's something that we can talk about and consider, and we're open to considering it. We just hadn't considered that yet.
Was it brought up from any members of the general public who are in the area at all?
Not to my knowledge or memory from any of the stakeholder meetings. It was more discussions about walkability.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Hicks?
I just wanted to follow up on what Jason had said, that he could provide us with a traffic report. And I would like to see that. I think that would be useful just to compare to sort of anecdotal experience of the streets here, because I find it very hard to believe that there hasn't been a traffic impact in the area already. So I would like to see that report. So this is a request.
Commissioner Hicks, this is Jason Myers. I just clicked send on the email. It is not a report that I offered. It is a link to a map of publicly available data from NCDOT's traffic survey group, and they count Raleigh streets every 2 years for a couple of weeks and plug that into a model, and it spits out what they expect the average traffic over the course of an entire year was during that year based on that data point. And you can look at data on that going back, I think, to 2003 in most locations.
Great, thank you very much.
Commissioner Fox?
I'd like to recommend that we hold this one at the table so we can review that traffic data and then allow the applicant some time to talk through the possibility of including the bike share.
Okay. I'm fine with that. Without objection, I'll just go ahead and that will kind of cease our conversation today, and we will hold it at the table and review the additional information over the next 2 weeks. Yes, Commissioner Hicks?
Yep, I would also support that. The question I have is when we meet again and discuss the case again, if there are other items that we'd like to bring up, will the table be open to do that then?
I guess if nothing was brought up today, we have, as Commissioner Winter said, a handful of emails that have good information in it and thoughts. I mean, I think that at this point, hearing nothing, what we've heard is we have information to review and address. I guess I'd ask to bring it up maybe in prep for the meeting instead of at the meeting. If there were other things that we maybe think of now and then.
So you, excuse me, Chairman. So are you suggesting that we reach out to the applicant with our questions?
I think that it makes a lot of sense for there to be some conversations between now and then with the applicant. Yeah.
Okay. And happy to accommodate those.
Okay, thank you. And I think prior to when they submit any additional questions that we might be taking into consideration.
Right. Thank you.
So that we don't start the spiral of adding things that we can't vote on.
Right. I agree. That's why I was asking. I'm interested in some conversation about the height and understanding that in the context of respecting the small area plan. And so I'm happy to talk to the applicant about that, but I just wanted to also put that on the table for discussion at our next meeting.
Is there anything that you wanted to ask at this meeting, just so that we could begin to address it?
I think so, and maybe some clarification. The small area plan or the area plan recommends 5 stories, and the ask is for 7. And originally it was at 3, and I know there was a lot of work that went into that plan, to design it and get public input. And so I think there was a level of collaborativeness to agree to a taller designation for that area as part of the area plan. And so I think one question I would have is if the lot's sloped and they'll be able to end up with a 5-6 split anyway, my question would be, why not? My preference would be to respect the RX5 as it's designated in the plan. And so I'm happy to talk to the applicant more about that, or if they want to address that today, that's fine too. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And I guess my initial thoughts, and I'd be curious to hear more perhaps offline, but it is conditioned to 6 stories. They can only go for RX5 or RX7. And I do know that over the course of our tenure here on commission, the way that building heights are measured has changed drastically. So, but I can't visually trace that difference relative to when this was put in place and after. So honestly, I think it could help if staff, if possible, to kind of really simply show that diagram of when this was in place, how was height, because it's a number on a page. The way it's interpreted has changed a lot over the last 5 years. And so when that was put in place, what the diagram is, and then what the diagram is now relative to 5 or 6. Also, yes, Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you. I want to add on, I think, to what Commissioner Hicks was saying, because I was going to ask about the height as well as the inconsistency with the small area plan. And I just want to, I always talk about trying to be consistent. So I just want to understand if we're going to approve something that is inconsistent with the small area plan that a lot of work went into developing, we're going to have to remember that when another applicant is asking us to do something that is inconsistent with another area plan. I just want to make sure that we're aware of that. I'm not necessarily taking a position right now, but that's the kind of thing I think about. And we did see a lot of emails talking about the effort that had gone into developing this plan and that compromises had been made on both sides. And so if we're going to do something that is inconsistent with that plan, we just need to remember that we could be setting a precedent.
Thank you. Very good point. So I guess with that, we have a little bit more information. Do you have, either Commissioner Hicks or Commissioner Bennett, any other requests from staff that could help articulate that?
I can work on it. I don't think I have anything. Yeah. I don't think I guess my question, I mean, what I would like to know is, when is it okay to have an exception to a small area plan that's in place? Because that might give us some logic for if we need to do it again, we can at least be consistent with, with when we do it.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Fox.
Along those lines, Commissioner Bennett, I think the diagram that Chair Tomasulo is asking for might address some of those questions, because that which is inconsistent in 2020 might have been consistent when the area plan was created. Or does that make sense? So if we might need to hold that part of the conversation until after we see the diagram.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Hicks, do you have one more question?
Nope, I think Commissioner Fox covered it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess one final call. Thank you everyone for the solid conversation. We will go ahead and hold this at the table. And to the applicant, it does sound like a few commissioners will follow up directly with you. At this point, we don't have to vote, so I'd just like to move on to my report. The next committee of the whole meeting is next Thursday, November 19th. Immediately following, there's a special planning commission meeting to continue discussion of the downtown south rezoning request. I had to leave prior to the end of the last meeting, and so I guess some clarity perhaps either from staff as to the technical nature of how that will be handled. Do we roll right into the special planning commission meeting whenever we are done with the committee of the whole, or is there a set time so there would be a break?
This is Travis. So when we've done this in the past, we typically do not set a time just because that's unknown. The intention here is that the committee of the whole will meet and have a discussion on the two remaining items, and then you will recess the committee of the whole. What we've done in the past is take a quick little break, and then come back a few minutes later and then start up with the planning commission and just gavel that meeting in.
Okay, so it's more so within the time frame bucket of the committee of the whole.
So what you're asking, I believe, is would these two meetings essentially absorb the 3 hours that we would normally have scheduled for committee of the whole? That's up to the committee and the commission. You certainly can go past that if you wish, but you can keep it constrained to whatever time limit that you'd like.
Okay. All right. Great. And I guess one other update on my end, I will add that my wife is pregnant and due in early February. So that is a big change in my life that we're balancing. And just, we're getting closer now. So just kind of wanted to give everyone that context in case I'm missing here or there. And now we will move on to the report of the members, if anyone has a report. Commissioner O'Haver.
I just want to clarify, did you mention the committee of the whole was on the 19th or the 26th?
It is on the 19th.
Okay. Well, I have that on my calendar wrong, so thank you for that.
Yeah, it was on mine incorrectly as well. I think it's because the first, or
it's Thanksgiving. 26th is Thanksgiving.
That's why. Yep.
Oh, yeah, it does say Thanksgiving right there.
Of course, what better way to give thanks than to review some zoning cases?
I'm so focused on the committee of the whole, I didn't even see Thanksgiving in it. Thank you for that, Ken.
Commissioner Bennett.
Chair Tomasulo, I think you skipped over the approval of the minutes.
I think that you were right. I think that my script, how did I miss that? I don't think I have that in my script, so I'll go off the Planning Commission website, it looks like there are minutes from October 22nd, 23rd, 27th, and 29th that we are voting on. Did anyone have any updates? Commissioner Bennett?
The October 23rd Committee of the Whole minutes, at the end, it says that Chair Tomasulo made a motion for approval and it passed by unanimous vote, and that's not accurate. We held it at the table and it was Chair Hicks, I believe, since it was Committee of the Whole. I think that might have been a cut and paste.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess I saw Commissioner McIntosh with a hand. Was that the same thing? Okay, great. Without objection, then with that one update to the 10:23 minutes, we will approve those 4 minutes. Seeing none, we will continue on to the report of the commission. Did anyone have anything to report? Okay. We will now move on to the report from Deputy Director.
There's a lengthy list of items of updates in your packet, and given the hour, I will not go through them. Just recommend the written report to your attention. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And guess we'll, under the pending items, it is noted that, yes, the Committee of the Whole is the 19th, and then there is a text change committee next Tuesday, the 17th. And believe that the other 2 committees are still working on their next committee meeting dates. Is that true? Okay, great. Well, thank you, everyone. Really appreciate you putting in the extra time today, and we'll see everyone next week at Committee of the Whole. Thank you very much and have a great day. Bye.